call the public hearing for the Kenton County Planning Commission to order September 4th, 2025. It's our regularly scheduled meeting. As always, we start this meeting with a welcome and then a pledge of allegiance and invocation. Flag is here to my right. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for an invocation.
As we, the members of this commission, gather here today, we ask that we are ever mindful of opportunities to render service to our fellow citizens and to our community. Let us continue to strive to make a better world by always keeping in mind the enduring values of life, and let us exert our efforts in those areas upon which future generations may build with confidence. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Schmidt, if you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Armbruster.
Here.
Commissioner Baumgartner.
Here.
Commissioner Burling. Commissioner Bethel.
Here.
Commissioner Bridges.
Present.
Commissioner Darpool.
Here.
Commissioner DeAngelis. Commissioner Dunham. Commissioner France.
Yes.
Commissioner Heidrich.
Here.
Commissioner Herman.
Here.
Commissioner James.
Here.
Commissioner Martin. Commissioner Farr. Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
Commissioner Simpson. Commissioner Sketch.
Here.
Commissioner Snyder. Commissioner Vaughn.
Here.
Commissioner Wickman.
Here.
We have a quorum.
You have a quorum. Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Brian said he couldn't make it, so you're stuck with me tonight, Chairman Dunham, so bear with me. I haven't done these in a while. So with that, we need the review of our public hearing procedures. You're going to play the video, if we could, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this meeting of the Kenton County Planning Commission. Please listen carefully as we explain tonight's proceedings and how you may participate. For a written copy of these procedures, please refer to the Planning Commission's bylaws. Copies of that section can be found on the table at the back of the room. The Planning Commission's chair will open each public hearing item by reading its description. Our staff will then present facts and make a recommendation based on their investigations. Commission members may then pose questions to clarify those facts and recommendations. The Commission will then hear testimony from the applicant and the public. The applicant and those supporting the proposal will speak first. Those opposed and those who are neutral or who have questions will then be given the opportunity to speak. If you wish to have the option to speak, you must have registered by signing up at the back table. You can decide later if you want to speak. The chair will poll the audience for anyone wishing to speak on the matter. Only those persons who have registered to speak will be allowed to do so. When the chair calls your name, please come forward to the lectern and state your name, address, and affiliation. If you're part of a group, please consider having a spokesperson speak on your behalf. Once a point has been made by a speaker, it is not necessary to state it again multiple times. Stating that you are in agreement with the previous speaker's opinion is sufficient. Finally, speak into the microphone. This meeting is being recorded for broadcast on cable TV, so speaking clearly will help us hear you and guarantee that your comments are part of the record. Our chair will then provide the applicant and opponents time to rebut any comments, address concerns, and answer any questions. The Planning Commission will recess then for discussion. This gives members time to decide if they have what they need to make an informed decision. While this is an open discussion for all to hear, questions or comments from the audience will not be permitted while the public hearing is in recess. When members end their recess and reopen the hearing, they may ask for clarifications from staff or anyone who gave testimony. They will then close the public hearing and proceed towards a motion, a second, and a vote. Subdivision and waiver decisions are final and go no further. Text and map amendment decisions become recommendations that are sent on to elected officials in the jurisdiction where the site is located. These elected officials have the final say in zoning matters. Feel free to leave once the item in which you are interested has been heard. Items on tonight's agenda were advertised as required by law. Our staff posted a sign on the site and sent notices to property owners when required by state and local law. You do not have to have received one of these notices to speak. Everyone's comments are welcomed. Before we begin, please keep these rules in mind. There are 2 exits from this room. One is located at the rear of the room. The other is located in the alcove ahead and to your right. Under normal circumstances, please leave the room by the door through which you entered. Fire codes prohibit blocking these doors or the aisles. Please keep these areas clear of chairs and any belongings you may have brought with you. In an emergency, please use whichever exit is closest and use the stairwell outside this room to exit the building. Restrooms and a drinking fountain are available directly adjacent to the elevators. Smoking is not permitted in the building. Food and drinks are not permitted in the public section of this room. Please turn off your cell phone or set it to vibrate so as not to interrupt our proceedings. Thank you for joining us this evening. This process works because citizens like you step up and participate. If you have questions about our processes or issues heard this evening, please do not hesitate to contact our staff here at PDS.
Okay, with that, hopefully everybody understands our process. If you have any questions, please just make sure that if you want to speak tonight, you've signed up for the item that you wish to speak on. If you're not signed up, you won't be permitted to speak. With that, we're going to go on with our administrative matters on our agenda. The first is a review of this month's agenda. I do have one item I'd like to add, just a 5A is what we'll call it, staff comment on something that we've received. But the rest of the agenda, I'd like to keep the same. Is there any other comments or questions on the agenda? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make a motion, we approve the agenda.
There's a motion. Can I get a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any questions? Okay. With that, that's approved. With Andy, if you would, then we'll allow staff comment at this point.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Darpel. For the record, Andy Podakovich with staff. So the reason why I am here earlier in the agenda is because I want to actually convey some very, very good news to the Planning Commission. So every year, the Kentucky chapter of the American Planning Association recognizes outstanding projects and plans throughout the Commonwealth. I'm happy to report that this year the chapter decided to recognize the 2024 Comprehensive Plan as outstanding comprehensive plan within the Commonwealth. So Commissioner Simpson and I, we were at the spring conference, and it was, the fall conference, I guess, and obviously we were very honored to be present there when they announced this award. So congratulations to you all. I would in particular like to extend a huge thank you to all of the commissioners that are on the implementation committee, and in particular Commissioner Simpson and also Commissioner Bethel from the first several months of it for your leadership and the time that you put in on the plan. And then I would also like to recognize staff for all of the effort that they put in. Obviously, it was a lot of additional meetings, a lot of weekends and evenings for them to make sure that we were putting together the best plan that we could for Kenton County. So with that being said, I've got the award here. We don't need to do it right now, but I think at the end of the meeting, after everybody's cleared out, we'll do some like photo ops with anyone who's still here and interested in doing that. So thank you very much. And again, congratulations to you all.
Congratulations to you. Staff puts unknown hours into these things and does a great job. And nice to have a little recognition, especially from an organization that's all they do, and really awarding your all's excellence, and Commissioner Bethel and Commissioner Simpson especially, and the whole implementation committee that just started several years ago, and we actually got an award when it was initially put in, and then to get another one, I just think it speaks volumes of the job PDS has done on that. So congrats. With that, let's go for our minutes, the August minutes from last meeting. There were a few minor revisions put on. If you want to look on your screens or on your thing, if you put the draft minutes and look those up in there, There were a couple, it was really more typos or anything else, nothing material. If you all, I was not at that meeting, so if somebody wants to make a motion to either table that to look at those, but I think they were all pretty insignificant, the very last ones. They just changed like word acknowledged and then put some commas and corrected grammatical, but did not change any content. But if somebody wants to make a motion to approve the minutes as revised, I'll entertain that. Commissioner Bridges? Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
A second, okay. I don't know who got that.
Mr. Herman.
Mr. Hartman? Okay. Yep, Mr. Herman had the second. Yeah, and then I think if we have new folks, if you weren't here at the last meeting, it's best to abstain, is all I have to do. So, Mr. Smith, if you'll call the roll on that, please.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sketch?
Abstain.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Abstain.
Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
And then we have Commissioner France?
Yes.
Commissioner Darple?
Abstain.
Commissioner Heydrich?
Yes.
The minutes are approved.
That's our approved. Okay. Next on our agenda, reports of receipts and expenditures. You have in front of you, this is just the first report for July, the first month. Any questions, comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion, we approve the receipts and expenditures.
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Ryan. Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody abstain? All right. Next item up on our agenda is the last month's actions by staff. If you'll look at that, basically it's just a few ID plats and some final plats. And then we also have the Valley Plaza, which actually ended up coming back to get expanded anyway, that in Fort Wright, that there was no action, so it was approved. And that is those actions by the legislative bodies as well. Any questions or comments on any of those? If not, we don't even need to approve those, so we'll go on. Finally, we are the hearing body for public facilities. They have to come before the Planning Commission. Mr. Sheets, if you would, I'll go ahead and order this. This is file PC 250006PF. The applicant is the City of Covington per Caitlin Bryan, Regulatory Service and Historic Preservation Officer. Location is 1453 Prisoners Lake Drive, Covington. Public facility review per KRS 100-324 and KRS 147.680. The summary is the applicant is proposing to construct a new 30 by 60 foot, 1,800 square foot shelter with a 4-foot concrete perimeter, which will include 2 unisex bathrooms and a 5-foot sidewalk. Mr. Sheets, if you would introduce this. I guess just for commissioners, especially new, we hear these. We don't really even make a recommendation. We basically, our job here is to decide whether or not we feel doesn't violate the comprehensive plan technically. But other than that, we don't have any authority to decision-making, or we just basically say whether or not we think it's within the comprehensive plan. So with that, Mr. Sheets, if you would.
Yep. Thank you for the record. My name is Cody Sheets with PDS staff. As the chair stated, this is a public facilities review to construct a new 30 by 60 foot shelter in DeVue Park. As a reminder, KRS requires public facilities to be reviewed by Planning Commission. The Planning Commission decision is not binding on the facility and is an advisory review on the facility's compliance with the comprehensive plan. So the site in question is located within the first ring suburban sub-area of the 2024 Kenton County Comprehensive Plan. The area of the proposed development is roughly a quarter acre and is located southwest of the intersection of Wayne Road and Prisoners Lake Drive. Here we have a aerial of the site. You can see Wayne Road and Prisoners Lake Drive, and highlighted in yellow is the proposed site of the shelter. This is a Google Street View image from Wayne Road looking across the lake. The shelter will be there to the left of the road where the tree line is. Here we have a view north of the intersection of Prisoners Lake Drive and Wayne Road. We can see an existing parking lot on the right, as well as a biking and walking trail located on the right too. Here's another view from Prisoners Lake Drive, just a little bit further south. The area of the proposed shelter is going to be on the left. And this is a view from Prisoners Lake Drive looking north. In this case, the proposed shelter area is on the right. The current zoning is REC or recreation, and the surrounding area is primarily a recreation district as well. The existing land use is recreation and open space, and the surrounding area is primarily recreation and open space. This was a site plan which was submitted by the applicant. Prisoners Lake Drive is highlighted in gray, and Prisoners Lake is in blue. The shelter is highlighted in green. The 4-foot concrete perimeter is in dark gray. And the 5-foot sidewalk that will be 192 feet long, extending to the shelter from the existing crosswalk, is highlighted in yellow. This is a close-up view, which was also submitted by the applicant. The proposed shelter is in light gray. The 2 bathrooms are in green. A mechanical room with a mop sink and pipe chase is in yellow. And a drinking fountain with an optional bottle fill alternate is in blue. Here we have some submitted images which were provided by the applicant showing an idea of what the shelter would look like. Here are some additional images. Prisoners Lake Drive is a local road. There is an existing parking lot to the northwest of the site with at least 36 parking spaces, as well as a walking and bike trail along the western side of Prisoners Lake Drive. The recommended land use is recreation, and the proposed development is consistent with the recommended land use. The entire site is in a developmentally sensitive area or DSA area. Staff does find that the proposed shelter is consistent with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. The proposed shelter will provide additional recreational opportunities within DeVue Park, which is a community asset. The shelter will provide access to quality open space and is located less than a half mile from neighborhoods to the north and the east, and is readily accessible via parking and walking trails. KRS 100 states that public facilities must be reviewed by the Planning Commission, and it also states that instrumentalities of the state are exempt from zoning requirements. Staff finds that the submitted public facilities request is generally consistent with the goals, objectives, and recommendations of the 2024 Kenton County Comprehensive Plan. As stated, it will provide additional recreational opportunities within DeVue Park. It's built within the interior of the park, and it is readily accessible. The City of Covington is an instrumentality of the state government and therefore exempt from zoning. However, in order to ensure the proper integration of the proposed development into the surrounding area, staff does recommend the following. The Neighborhood Development Code, or NDC, does detail geotechnical standards for the area that are mapped as DSA in the Kenton County Comprehensive Plan, including general standards as well as construction techniques. Staff does recommend that these regulations should be followed as much as feasibly possible for the project due to it being in an area that is identified as DSA. And I'd be more than happy to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sheets. Well done. Any questions, Mr. Sheets? Okay. It's pretty straightforward. They're going to build a shelter. I have 2 folks listed right now to speak on this. Matthew Johnson, you for, against, or neutral?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
On the other one? Okay, I'm going to cross that off there then. That makes it easy. Caitlin Bryan, if you want to address, would you like to address the commission?
Not unless you all have questions.
For the record, she said that she'll address the commission if we have any questions. Anybody have any questions of Ms. Bryan? If not, anybody have any questions of staff for our consideration? Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and recess the public hearing for discussion amongst commissioners, since we didn't have really anything but the staff said there weren't any questions. I'm going to go ahead, I'll reopen the public hearing for and I'll entertain a motion. We have this is in Covington, correct? Would one of our Covington representatives like to make a motion? Did we close it? Okay. I do need to close the public hearing. Sorry, I told you, I'm a little rusty at this. So we technically closed the public hearing. Now I'll open it up for the motion.
Come around more often.
So, yeah, I know. It's a terrible thing. Only been 20-some years. All right. With that, all right, one of our Covington folks here? I know there was something going on down there. So would someone like to make a motion on this?
I'll make the motion
If we
that
could,
we
Mr. France?
approve the submitted request for the shelter along Prisoners Lake in DeVue Park, finding that it is within our comprehensive plan.
Okay, is there a second to that motion, Commissioner Bridges? Any questions on the motion? If not, Mr. Smith, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner France?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Darkle?
Yes.
Commissioner Heydrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sketch? Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Okay, excellent. Obviously, we're just make a recommendation over to the city. You know, good luck and congratulations. All of our hearings go that well. So, all right. No, congratulations. We now are going to go ahead and into our public hearing portion of this. I'm going to have to recuse myself from the first matter, but I will, just for expediency, go ahead and read it into the record. Our first public hearing is PC 25-0009-MA, Independence Map Amendment. The applicant is Bear Becker per Rob Keller on behalf of Freedom Park LLC. The location is an area of approximately 43.25 acres located at the terminus of Freedom Trail, east of Wilson Road between Shaw Road to the north and Bramlage Road to the south, approximately 1,800 feet north of Bramlage Road in Independence. The request is a proposed map amendment to the Independent zoning ordinance, changing the described area from RCVS, which is Residential Conventional Subdivision Zone, to RCPS, Residential Compact Subdivision Zone. The summary is that the current RCVS zone allows detached single-family homes at up to 4.8 units per net acre. The proposed RCPS zone allows detached single-family homes at up to 7.2 units per net acre. The applicant has submitted a non-binding development plan indicating 126 single-family lots, which is approximately 3.4 units per net acre. With that, I need to recuse myself from this consideration. And with that, I guess Commissioner Ryan takes over.
So if he was rusty, I'm really rusty. Thank you. Just want to make sure everybody that wishes to speak for, against, or neutral has signed up. Anybody that hasn't? Okay. Miss Bessie, if you would proceed with the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, my name is Megan Bessie, and I'm with PDS staff. As stated, this is a request to change the zoning from RCVS to RCPS, where the applicant is proposing 126 lots with 3.4 units per net acre. A concept plan has been submitted, but just a quick reminder to the commission that that plan is not required for this zone change and therefore non-binding, since this is a zone change from one single-family district to another. The site is located in the suburban sub-area of the 2024 Kenton County Comprehensive Plan Update, as noted by the red star. This is an area of approximately 43.25 acres located at the terminus of Freedom Trail, east of Wilson Road, between Shaw Road to the north and Bramlage Road to the south. This is looking west into the site from Freedom Trail. You can see that sidewalks are along both sides of the street and it is densely wooded. This is looking east from the same stub street into the existing Freedom Park subdivision. This is looking north along Wilson Road. There are currently no sidewalks along this road. And this is looking northeast into the site, and you can see that it is densely wooded as well. This is looking south along Wilson Road, where the site would be on the left side of the screen. A little history: in 2004, the site was annexed into Independence and rezoned from R1B in unincorporated Kenton County to R1D with 8 conditions into Independence. The Independence City Council adopted the ordinance, approving the map amendment and the conditions that are seen on the screen. The first is heavy equipment for development phases to enter via Wilson Road. The second is a maximum of 156 lots. The third is the maximum of 3.02 units per net acre. A minimum of 50 lots with 80 feet frontage at front setback. No lots under 70 feet frontage at front setback. All lots to have 7 feet minimum sideline requirement for R1C instead of that of the 6 feet allowed under the R1D. 200 feet conservation easement along the stream that would have some utilities. No part of the right-of-way known as Wilson Road shall be included in this annexation. At this time, I would like to point out that these 8 conditions are still binding on the site in addition to the current zoning. But again, I wanted to highlight these conditions because if development were to occur today, these would still apply. I have included a red overlay as well to show where the proposed site is in reference to this site referenced in the 2004 ordinance. In December 2021, the city adopted the Z21 ordinance, converting the site from R1D to RCVS in that process. The R1D requirements are identical to those of the Z21 conversion to RCVS with a maximum density of 4.8 dwelling units per net acre. I will discuss these setbacks specifically during the petition review. However, the previous ordinance with the conditions are currently binding on this site. The site's current zoning is RCVS. The surrounding areas consist of R1B in unincorporated Kenton County to the north, south, and west, R1C of unincorporated county to the north and east, and RCVS and Independence to the east. Please note, this is a correction to the staff report, which did not populate the zoning layer, so that wasn't included in the staff report. The existing land use is single-family, agricultural, and open space, as is the surrounding land uses. Wilson Road and Freedom Trail are classified as local streets. There are no sidewalks located along Wilson Road, and sidewalks are located on both sides of Freedom Trail. So again, as a reminder, this concept plan is not binding because it's a single-family zone being rezoned to another. And as it stands today, the approved ordinance with the 8 conditions is binding on the site, and that's in the second column. So the first column is the RCVS zoning. With the RCVS zoning, you'll see that the 4.8 dwelling units per net acre, you'll see the lot area, you'll see the minimum lot width of 70 feet, and then if you slide down to the minimum side yard, the 6 feet, 18 feet total. If you look at the approved ordinance, you'll see the differences in those. So the approved ordinance then is 3.02 dwelling units per net acre, and 70 feet is the minimum lot width. However, there's a minimum of 50 lots with 80 feet, and then the side yard difference is then the 7 feet. So what is being proposed is the RCPS with the maximum density of 7.2 dwelling units per net acre with a minimum lot area of 6,000 square feet, a minimum lot width of 50 feet, a minimum front yard of 25 feet, minimum side yard of 3 feet with 10 feet total, minimum rear of 25 feet, and maximum building height remains the same. As for what is being proposed, those setbacks within the RSCP or RCPS, and then the difference is the maximum density of 3.41 dwelling units per net acre. So with all that being said, the difference in what is being proposed is 3.41 dwelling units per net acre rather than what the proposed zone allows at 7.2. It is also less than the RCV zone that it is currently zoned, with the max allowed at 4.8. It is 0.39 dwelling units per net acre over what the ordinance approved that is binding today. So the total site area is 43.25 acres, outlined in red. the total dedicated right-of-way of 6.34 acres. 2 of those streets would end in stub streets and the remainder in cul-de-sacs that are internal with access off of Wilson to the west and Freedom Trail to the northeast. The proposed density will be approximately 3.41 dwelling units per net acre. 126 new single-family detached residential units on the proposed area are to be rezoned RCPS, with the setbacks will meet the new zoning requirements. There's an approximately 200-foot wide conservation easement located in the eastern portion of the site that runs north to south. And then there are 5 potential SD1 basin lots. There will be sidewalks located on both sides of all public streets measuring 4 feet wide internally. Easements will be provided for all required utilities, and the character of the project is planned to integrate with the surrounding residential uses. Applicant states that a traffic impact study will be provided since this is an expansion of the existing Freedom Park subdivision as well. In 2023, the NCAD published the Northern Kentucky Housing Data Analysis, which finds that the region has a significant need for new housing over the next 5 years. This development will increase a portion of the supply of homes that are currently needed in Kenton County. The applicant supplied this table, which illustrates what deficits will be affected. 37 lots will fill the need within the 2- and 3-bedroom dwelling units with a monthly housing cost of $3,500. This specific housing type will have a courtyard effect that is designed primarily for individuals age 55 and over. The remainder of the lots fall into the following needs: 2- and 3-bedroom dwelling units at a monthly housing cost of $3,125, and 3- to 4-bedroom dwelling units at a monthly housing cost of $4,300. The monthly housing cost includes mortgage with 10% down, PMI, property insurance, HOA fees, and property taxes as well. Staff finds that the proposed amendment is consistent with the goals and objectives, the sub-area's suburban element, and the housing element of the comprehensive plan. The proposed development will provide new housing. Although not consistent with the character of the adjoining residential development, it does offer other housing options on smaller lots at different price points that fill a gap in Kenton County. This proposed development is also located approximately 1 mile from major regional shopping center and downtown Independence, as well as in close proximity to industrial employment centers to the northwest. Staff finds that the mobility element and environment element are relevant, but there is inconsistent information or insufficient information. The proposed development indicates that sidewalks will be provided along both sides of all internal public roads. However, it does not indicate sidewalks along Wilson Road where they will be required. In addition, the 200-foot wide conservation easement that runs north and south through the site is indicated on the proposed site plan. However, there's no other details that are provided. Buffers are also required along intermittent streams as well. The proposed development is not consistent with the recommended land use maps. A majority of the site is identified for residential development at a density of less than 2.0 dwelling units per net acre, and the remainder of the site corresponds with the adjacent Freedom Park development to the east, which is identified for residential development at a density of 2.1 to 4.0 dwelling units per net acre. The requested RCPS zone permits a maximum density of 7.2 dwelling units per net acre. However, the applicant is proposing a density of approximately 3.41 dwelling units per net acre, which is within the density range recommended for the area east of the site. This proposed density represents a logical extension of the existing Freedom Park subdivision. The southeastern portion of the site contains areas of DSA. There are blue line streams located throughout the site. This is a full-size view of the riparian buffer map, the water buffers essentially. I circled the area and then I'm going to do a close-in, but I'll show you the 2 intermittent streams. They are along Wilson Road, which it could possibly be the road ditch, and then one along what appears to be the location of the conservation easement as indicated on the submitted site plan. But again, this is just to show that riparian buffers would be needed. KRS 100 states that a map amendment must be in agreement with the comprehensive plan, or that the existing zoning classification is inappropriate, or there have been major changes that were not anticipated in the adopted plan. And staff is providing a favorable recommendation with one condition. The proposed map amendment as conditioned is generally in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan. The proposed plan will provide new housing within close proximity to existing employment and services. Although the proposed density as conditioned is above the recommended land use for majority of the site, it is less than the maximum density allowed in the proposed RCPS zone, which is the 7.2 dwelling units per net acre. And furthermore, this development will be providing income-aligned housing that will help fill a current gap. The proposed condition that the maximum density does not exceed 3.41 dwelling units per net acre will ensure that even though the submitted development plan is not binding, the net density of the proposed development will be closer to that of what the recommended land use map shows. If approved, the development will be subject to all required permits, including zoning and building permits, as well as those riparian buffers I mentioned. Additional information, again, while it's not part of the map amendment, there are minimum requirements of the Kenton County subdivision regulations that must be followed, and those are pavement widths, sidewalks, temporary turnarounds, stormwater, tree preservation, and the traffic impact study. And at this time, I can take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Bessie. I want to start with a question, Ms. Bessie, because two components in here are kind of new, I think, at least to my perspective. The housing cost, that's not something we've had in the past, is it?
I think there's been a couple cases where
Okay.
it has been referenced.
Okay. But that shows us what housing needs are needed and then the cost if this fits into that scheme.
Correct.
Okay. And also the non-binding aspect. Could you just go over that as a non-binding?
Sure. So
Plan.
basically, the applicant submitted this plan as just a reference. It is non-binding. It's not legally tied to this map amendment because it's a single-family zone being rezoned to another single-family zone.
And the applicant has agreed to the 3.41
4-1. Yes.
dwelling units per acre, okay, as a condition.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any questions from commissioners? Okay. Mr. France? Commissioner France?
A little confused why they even feel they need to change the zone. If they've committed to the 3.41, why are they asking for up to 7.2?
I'll let the applicant answer that, but it's my understanding that it's for the smaller lot sizes.
Okay.
I got a question.
Mr. Sketch?
What is the current density of the existing Freedom Park?
So the current density is approximately 3.4.
So this,
Dwelling
the
units.
expansion is about the same as what's existing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm still a little confused too with the, is this something particular for Independence? It just doesn't seem to follow for me that if you do a zone change and you submit a development plan, that you're then allowed to rezone the property, but you don't have to submit a development plan.
So in this case, it's my understanding that if you rezone, it's kind of like a clean slate, like if anything were to be added on, it would be from the city council aspect, if they wanted to go back and put these conditions in place.
Mr. Videktovich?
Sure, and Mr. Spitz, so the independent zoning owner specifically says that a development plan for map amendments to a single-family zone are not required when an applicant submits a map amendment. So this development plan that we are seeing here was not actually a requirement of the zoning ordinance. We're just treating it as additional information that the applicant submitted with their application. But if the property is rezoned, the exact layout of the lots and the streets, things of that nature, could be different than what's shown on that plan. Now, I think that in order to provide like some safeguards to like this just becoming like a free-for-all, that's why staff is recommending the condition. So even if things do change from a law perspective and a street perspective, that they're not going to exceed what is at least the number of lots that are shown on this plan. I don't recall in the past if the Planning Commission has asked the applicants if they would specifically agree to having this development plan as the specific condition that would then be binding on the plan. But we've always treated it as, again, this plan is just showing us additional information because it's not actually required. The exact layout and route of the roads could be different if it's approved and ultimately comes through for subdivision.
I've got a question.
Commissioner
I don't
Bethel?
know whether to ask you or Mr. Smith this question, but the non-binding plan, at this point, we're talking about 3.4 units per dwelling units per net acre. But by changing this zoning, you could put 7.2. Now, if for some reason they decided to hold up on development, maybe 5 years. So then they can come back and put 7.2 dwelling units in per net acre as opposed to 3.4, since it's a non-binding plan. Is that?
Well, sure, no, and I understand, but that's the reason why we put that condition on there, is so that it would never be able to exceed this number of lots, even if the layout were to change or a different developer came in.
So that condition holds at all points, at all costs.
Right.
How common is that? I mean, we've got a 43-acre parcel for a residential zone change where by an applicant that's not a government and where we don't have a binding development plan requirement. Is that?
That's in every Kenton County zoning ordinance to single-family, to a straight single-family zone. The development plans are not required as part of that map amendment. We typically see them because they usually are going for like a PUD or something like that, which does kick in that requirement. But since this is not going to a PUD, it's just a straight single-family zone, it's not a requirement.
Yeah, it just seems odd. Thank you.
Any other, Mr. Hardy?
Learning and summarizing. So, summarizing what I think I've heard. The change would allow it to go to the 7.2, but the condition allows it to be frozen at 3.4 or 4.
Correct.
3.4. And then beyond that, the other changes, which may or may not be significant, are setbacks and sides and rear. Correct? I mean, is that an over-summarization?
No, I think that's accurate.
Okay.
Well, lot size, setbacks, lot width,
Okay.
those would all be smaller than the
Okay.
what's currently approved.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Do you mind to put up the chart that has those differences?
Sure.
I tried to catch and make notes, but, and you have it in various forms here, but just to put it as a purpose on that, I thought it makes it easier. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One more.
While everybody's looking at that, can I ask an unrelated question?
Commissioner Wickman?
Thank you. This housing data analysis, that was 2023. Is that in any way reflected in the development of the comprehensive plan, or is that just subsequent and separate information?
It is in the housing report information, and that has been adopted with the plan, as part of the plan.
With regard to the grid, I know we are approving housing. Is there any update of that grid of inventory that is periodically completed?
We are currently working on that with a consultant as we speak. It's entry, we're just beginning right now, but that is something that we're gonna do, and then we'll have it going forward.
Commissioner France?
Just looking at what's currently allowed and what's being proposed, and they're wanting to change 5 of the 7 approved conditions. It would almost seem like they couldn't get the number of lots at 9,000 square feet. I'm just wondering, was there any calculation that, I thought you said somewhere was 156 lots were allowed and or something? I might have misunderstood that.
No, you're correct. That was in the approved ordinance. That's what came through in 2004, when the ordinance was passed.
156 with 9,000 square feet lots. It almost seems like the site plan looks pretty crowded. Other than that, and maybe it's because of the conservation easement, but that you couldn't fit 156 lots that are 9,000 square feet.
If I can figure this out quickly, I'll show you. That had to do with that whole black portion. So the 126 lots is what's being proposed on the red portion.
Okay.
So it was a larger area
Okay.
in 2004, if that helps any.
So all those, if this is approved, it supersedes everything from 2004.
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
I see that the people on Freedom, in the Freedom Park subdivision are on dead-end streets, and this is going to then make it a through street to Wilson Road. Is Freedom Trail set up to handle that traffic with the parking? And will the traffic study consider the traffic on Freedom Trail? Because that's going to be a nice little shortcut from Wilson Road to 3L.
I would divert that to the engineer with PDS, Steve Neltner.
For the record, Steve Neltner, PDS. So the traffic impact study would go into detail on 3 different areas, I believe. The Freedom Trail itself and the entrance at 17. The intersection of Wilson and 536 just north of the site, and the intersection of Wilson and Bramlage just south of the site. So that'd be kind of like the general location of the traffic impact study. And to go through about peak hours, how many cars are going through, and if any upgrades need to happen on the road. If that answers the question at all.
It answers part of it. Is Freedom Trail set up? I know they have parking on one side of the street. Is it set up to be a 2-lane thoroughfare from Wilson to 17?
Well, at the moment, I would have to look at the traffic study, what they were going to do. I'm not sure. Right now, the site is, the Freedom Trail right now is, I believe, 25 feet wide, I believe. So that would be allowed to have parking on one side, I believe, per the subregs. But this was back in 2004, so I don't know the old subregs when it was actually built, you know what I mean? What was allowed in 2004.
For us to see.
No, I don't know. I think it's probably about, 25.
25 feet has been the standard for some time now, hasn't it?
Yeah, this site's been built since 90, I think it started in 1990 something, this site started. So before I started here.
So would it be allowed to have like a gate there that emergency personnel could get through there and just to where it wouldn't be a thoroughfare? Is that allowed?
That would be a city ordinance. And
Yeah, that would be a city
take it up
ordinance.
with the city. I mean, as it is now, it's being built as a standard road width with parking. I understand what you're saying, Galen,
It,
but it's,
As for now, the traffic study is proposed to be done, and that would go through a lot of what you're asking most likely once we receive that with the data of how much traffic's going through, how traffic's flowing and things like that.
Any other questions of staff?
Is this mine or is this mine?
Yes.
Mr. Wickman.
I'm sure
Commissioner
you
Wickman.
said it and I missed it, but the Freedom Trail subdivision, the existing, what is the density there?
It's approximately 3.4 dwelling units per net acre.
And was the conditions, the annexation and those conditions, was that done, was there any sort of development plan related to that in 2004 when that occurred?
I'm not exactly sure. It was a city council that drafted those 8 conditions. Other than what I showed, that's all I had in our documents.
Can we find out, does anyone know if PDS or the Planning Commission had any input into that when that
We did.
was proposed?
We made recommendations as well. We did not have the same 8 conditions, though.
Any other questions? Mr. Hydrick.
Help me understand the impact of the traffic study against what we're proposing here. Does one supersede another? How does the traffic study impact this?
I'll bring Steve back up for that.
Tough ones. On this site itself, the traffic impact study would help out with safety, but on this map right now, it's not required to have a traffic study to be approved or not, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But the traffic study, once it comes in for, let's say, when they do a preliminary plat for subdivision regulations, that's when that would kick in, but they're already proposing to do one as it's already.
Okay. But then it doesn't have any bearing on this, it's more for the
No.
safety elements of it.
There is no need, right now, for this to happen, there is no need to have they don't have to have a traffic study for
Okay.
this.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff?
I do have one.
Commissioner Vaughn.
With regard to the 2004 conditions, were any of those conditions discussed during the application process with the applicant as to whether they were agreeable or not agreeable to the heavy equipment maximum? Any of those?
No, not that I'm aware of in the pre-app, but I did have a discussion after the fact, just explaining that this is, if you were to develop today, this is what would be binding. It's not necessarily the RCBS.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? There being none, if we could hear from the applicant. Just please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Rob Keller, civil engineer, Bearbacker, with offices at 209 Grandview Drive in Fort Mitchell, Kentucky. Also with me here tonight is Dave Knoll. Dave, want to introduce yourself?
6 Dartmouth, Fort Mitchell, Kentucky.
Dave is with Knoll Builders, and he's the owner and developer of the property. Also wanted to point out Randy Ackland is here from Fisher Homes. Randy with Fisher will be one of the preferred builders for the development. I do have a few items that we would like to note, and I'm hearing some of the questions, so we definitely want to address those. And a lot of what's been talked about is the density, so I don't want to belabor on that too much. But I want to point out, as far as the density, it's considerably less. We're proposing 3.41 units an acre, which is considerably less than the maximum density allowed under the zone. We're requesting RCPS, which allows 7.2 units an acre. So we're half of that density. We're also less than the current zone of the property, which is the RCVS. That allows 4.8 units an acre, and we're requesting 3.4. So as part of staff's review, I just want to point out that we did agree to the condition of a maximum density of that 3.41. So I know there was a question about the request for the zone, and the reason for that is the change in the lot size. The current zone would be 70 foot wide, and we're looking at, the RCPS zone is 50 foot wide, and we're proposing 52 and 60-foot lots. And that's really a result of a change in some of the market conditions on the way the homes are being built. They're being built a little deeper instead of wider. It also allows us to provide more open space. So I just want to state that we do appreciate staff's report from Megan. It's very detailed, so we don't really want to repeat it, but we want to state that we do agree with their findings of a recommendation for approval based on the development plan being consistent with the comprehensive plan. If you're to look at the plan, there was some discussion about the conservation easement on the east side of the development along the existing Freedom Park subdivision. There's a 200-foot conservation easement that does follow that creek through there. So we're preserving that land there where that'll remain open space. It'll be green and remain wooded. There's also a number of stormwater management detention basins. I think we have 4 or 5 located that'll again remain open space and remain green. In summary, you know, this really, it's not a very dense development. It's less than half of what would be allowed. We're really just asking for that to allow the narrower lots, but we're not really increasing the density at all of what could actually be allowed. A couple of high-level engineering items I just want to state. All the utilities are available at the site. Sanitary, water, and gas. These were set up with the initial phase of the Freedom Park subdivision. We do have utility availability letters from Northern Kentucky Water District and SD1. For the most part, we're developing along the ridge tops, and we're protecting the perimeters of the site. And again, we have been working with PDS and the city throughout this process. This is the continuation of that existing subdivision, and it has been planned to be residential for many years by the way of the annexation into the city in 2004. So this was always slated to be residential. We're just asking for the change to allow the different lot widths. In closing, the proposed rezoning to RCPS we believe is appropriate, and we ask you for this zone change. So we're more than happy to ask any questions as they may arise. That's all we have to present.
Any questions, Mr. Keller? Mr. Arbogast, Commissioner Arbogast?
Would you be willing to agree to the plan that you've got in the package?
Would we be willing to do what?
To agree to this plan that's in the package?
Dave and I talked about that as that came up. So we have a lot of detail in this plan, but it's not based on the topographical survey. We haven't done the boundary survey. It's not a detailed design. So there could be some fluctuation to the plan. A road could shift. We believe, honestly, we may lose a few lots. We don't want to do that. We show 126. But as we do the detailed design, we could lose a few lots. But we feel very confident in this plan, but we need to have some flexibility when we get into the detailed design to be able to make some adjustments. But, you know, that's 90%, I think, of what you're going to see.
I think what he's asking is, will you agree to a condition of maximum of 126? Is that what you're asking?
That's one. Yeah, that's one thing.
Was that what you were asking?
Density.
Agree to that?
We already agreed to that, by the way, the 3.41 units an acre by the acreage, which is 36.91 acres of developable land, because you exclude the right-of-way. So we do agree to a maximum of 126 lots, yes.
So are any of the streets 28 feet wide?
No. On this plan, we do not show them being 28 feet wide. In regards to the traffic impact study, we will do that as part of the preliminary plat and improvement plan stage. We will do a scoping study with PDS. Sounds like Steve has already has an idea where he wants the traffic to be studied. We will do that study, and we will share that with PDS, and if there's modifications that need to be made, we'll be making those.
So if that comes requesting, like this, I can't read the name, there's intersecting Wilson to be 28 feet, or maybe the connecting one up to the existing Freedom Way, you would be open to changing those to 28 feet if the traffic study warrants that?
The traffic study warrants, and if we have to meet the subdivision regulations. We will meet the subdivision regulations when we design it, yes.
Commissioner Bridges, do you have a question?
Yeah, the conservation easement, is building the road, extending Freedom Trail, does that violate the conservation easement?
It does not. They're allowed to cross the easement. There's no placement of homes. There's already some utilities within the easement. There's a stream there. Our plan is to span that stream. We're not going to fill it in. It'll probably be a 3-sided concrete culvert to span that stream, so it will be protected. And we will have to get permits from FEMA and the Division of Water to do that.
Do you have to connect to Freedom Trail? Do the regulations require you?
We do. We believe we want to interconnect with that current subdivision. This has always been intended to be a continuation of that subdivision. I think fire and safety would want it too. I think just from emergency services would want that connection.
Commissioner Vaughn.
The 2004 conditions, there are two that it sounds like you might still be able to agree with, which is heavy equipment for the development phase. Would that still enter through Wilson Road, or would it go through?
Correct.
the
Dave
subdivision?
can speak to that.
Yeah, I was part of the original approval of the site in 2004, and what we agreed to was to make sure that all the heavy land, earthwork, equipment, dump trucks, dirt for the development, the construction of the neighborhood, all the, dozers and whatnot would have to come on Wilson, would not come through Freedom Trail, and we're happy to agree to that, yeah.
And it sounds like you were also agreeing to the continuing the 200 feet conservation easement.
Yeah, that's not going anywhere. Yeah, that's definitely going to be in place, yes.
That is already actually platted and recorded, so
Yeah.
we
Couldn't do it anyway.
we don't think we can change that anyway.
Does this affect the no part of the right-of-way known as Wilson Road shall be included in this annexation in any way, that last condition?
I believe what Megan is trying to get after is that is a county road, and they wanted to maintain it being a county road, and that's the intent. That would be a county road. So we'll be working with the county when we do our traffic impact study as well.
Thank you.
What about all the hundreds of carpenters and roofers and plumbers? Are they gonna enter on Wilson, or can they go through Freedom Trail? You agreed on heavy equipment.
Yeah, my understanding was the heavy equipment, when we did it originally, was to not have large lowboys with pans and whatnot coming through the neighborhood, and that's what we agreed to. But as far as if I have a guy in a van, no, that was not part of it. Or a carpenter in a pickup truck, no. It was intended to be for the heavy construction, the earth moving, and the big equipment was the idea.
There it is.
That's the original drawing, concept drawing that we had done. As you can see, it's very similar to what we're proposing. We actually have about 5 less acres involved, which are on the bottom left corner of the site. I can kind of go back and forth. You can kind of see where that doesn't appear. But that's what was originally approved. Our current design has more open space. The current design, it flows a lot better as far as the way the intersections are set up. But that was again, this was also, not an approved plat, but this was the original concept. As you can see, we crossed through the conservation easement. That was already approved in the original, concept. And like I said, we're just changing the lot widths. The home sizes are going to be the same or bigger than what's already in the neighborhood. It's just that they're typically going to be a little deeper and not as wide. Oops.
Commissioner Herman.
So when you build it out, are you going to start out, you're going to start on Wilson, but are you going to tie into Freedom Trail right away, or is that going to be like the last leg that you tie in? Are you going to build out the whole subdivision with all 126 lots?
No, we will move in from Wilson Road, but we'll actually start at where Freedom Trail ends currently. So we'll start at Freedom Trail and work our way back to Wilson Road with the streets.
So
Platted lots.
all those trucks are going to have to go through Freedom Trail then, correct? All the construction trucks, cement trucks and everything else, if that's the case, or are you coming off of Wilson?
Well, the heavy equipment trucks that we agreed to back in 2004, which is the earth moving and that kind of stuff, and the big heavy trailers would not go through the neighborhood. The same condition applied for the lots that are which were already part of this, which is on the, I guess you'd say, the top right of the screen. We adhered to that, and we did that. Same thing happened when we built the homes from, the 1700s of Freedom Trail all the way back. So we're just doing the same thing we did before. I guess I'm saying, yeah.
So the concrete trucks are not the heavy equipment? So the concrete trucks are gonna come in Freedom Trail and pour that, and then keep working to Wilson Road?
For the homes, correct, yes. For doing the houses, correct. But if, it depends on how I don't have a month-by-month, development plan, which lots are gonna be done when, is there market conditions, the free market will determine how quickly we get from one point to the other. And then, we may have the main road all the way done first, and then things could change, but we're just, again, gonna do what we did for the previous section that we already agreed to.
Well, I don't get how you're agreeing not to have heavy equipment only enter on Wilson Road, but you're exempting concrete trucks. It's not heavy. I don't know what's heavier than a loaded concrete truck.
If I'm hearing what they're saying, Galen, is the agreed upon previously was earth-moving equipment.
Yeah.
Earth moving, bulldozers, pans, the cranes, large stuff that will be done to get the development part done, sewer, pipe delivery, that kind of stuff. When it comes to the light construction, which is the home construction, which is a light construction industry, those things will come through either whatever is available at the time, whether it be on Whistling or whether it be Freedom Trail. I can't be for sure when and where that'll happen. There's no way for me to predict how quickly we'll get to Wilson Road.
As you get closer to Wilson, they'll come up Wilson.
Yeah, and as we get closer, that's gonna be the shortest route anyway.
Yeah,
So as we get closer, once we get, halfway, the Wilson Road's gonna be, or maybe even 2/3 if you look at it, it's gonna be closest for most folks to come up Wilson Road for that reason. So, I don't, had we continued this Freedom Trail, as we stopped at the creek basically, had we continued it, it wouldn't have been any change. And then the same thing would have applied. As we got closer to Wilson Road, that would have been the shortest route, and I imagine people will take the shortest route, at least for the second half of this section.
So all the streets are not built at the same time then, is that right? They're
Correct. I mean, I'm just guessing. We have it, again, in our, it's a financial analysis, so we're kind of looking at it in two phases, but it might be 2.5. I don't know exactly. We haven't laid that, again, month to month out. It all depends on the market. It all depends on weather and everything else.
But in the mass earthwork, you would be rough grading for
All the mass
all
earthwork will
roads
that all have to be done at once.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't.
It's just the paving of the streets.
Could be in sections.
Could be in,
Yeah. But all the mass
times.
earthwork will be done all at once. We have to do it all at once.
Any other questions?
I just have one. What was the original 2004 plan? How many lots were in there? Was it 150?
It was for the whole, no, that also includes all of it. So that includes what's already been built. It was the 150, 156, I think it was.
Can you say that?
If you counted up what's left in the section, it comes to about 110, 112. If you counted up, what's shown on that drawing, without, so by changing it, by having the 50-foot lots, we're able to increase open space as well as increase it by a few lots. That's the net result, is a few more lots and more open space. And more opportunity for proper detention is what it allows us to do, too.
So just to clarify, if you kept the 2004 plan, you wouldn't be here, and concrete trucks would be going down Freedom Way.
Correct.
That serves the thing.
Correct.
So I thought, thank you.
Any other questions? We also have to speak for Randy.
I didn't get a chance to sign off. Can I speak too? I came in late.
Add you for, against, or neutral?
Against.
And your name?
Josh Smith.
And your address, please.
11551 Bunker Hill Court.
Can you add me as well?
For, against, neutral?
Next.
Excuse me?
Against.
Against. Name?
Amanda Kakel, Kakel.
Address?
1798 Freedom Trail.
All right, is that it? Yeah, and anybody else that needs to sign up after this, it's either now or never. All right. Thank you.
Should we read the list in case they got on the wrong list? Just in case.
We could do that. So I have Joseph Redis, Mutual, and Michael Ballmer against.
Yes.
Charles Dietz against. Jonathan Cheek against. Mike Easybuck, neutral. Jamie Moore against. John Runningham against. John Runningham?
Oh, sorry, yes.
And then the last two, Josh Smith and Amanda Capel. All right. Mr. Randy?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Is it for Fisher Homes? Randy, you want to say something? I'm sorry, your last name right here.
Ackland?
Ackland.
Yeah. No, I just say we're looking forward to this. We're excited about it. The opportunity to continue the development that you can see was already planned to go. I think it's a great opportunity for us to make some minor revisions on the map amendment to get some different size lots to allow us to better align with the income housing need. That's it.
All right. Just a second. Any questions for Mr. Ackle? There being none, we'll go for those registered against the project. Michael Ballmer.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity.
If you could state your
Michael
name and
Ballmer. I'm from 1776 Freedom Trail. You could see my house in that second picture that Megan Bessie showed. So I would like to object to the petitioner on a couple grounds here. Just to kind of recap a little bit of what Ms. Bessie said, the total actual acreage that's being developed is 36.91. That's where she gets the 3.4, which is more accurately 3.41 units per acre. My biggest issue is the whole idea of non-binding. And I'm wondering, on these agreements that have agreed to only having the 3.41 and only the 126 lots, how much of that is going to be non-binding? As Commissioners Ryan, France, and Bethel expressed some concern in regards to the need for rezoning, primarily because 4.8 acres, units per acre, is obviously more than 4.31. They say it's because of the need to have the reduced lot width as the reason for that. So I'm really concerned that there's no need for a change, maybe just some reconfiguring of what they do. I have this non-binding thing that they proposal, and I'm curious if it was worth the $6.95 that I used to get it printed out. I would hate for anybody to be involved with voting affirmative on this zone change to later regret it because of the non-binding aspect of what was being proposed here today. Also, not to be very precise and particular, but the math doesn't add up. We have 4 lots that are involved. One lot, 2.301 acres. Another lot, 4.47 acres. Another one, 19.559 acres. And the last one, an even 17, which comes up to 43.33 acres. I think we need to be precise, and anybody who's lived on a 0.33 acre lot compared to a 0.25 acre can attest that there is a difference there. So I think that just on its merit of not being precise enough, that it should also be rejected. And I have that information here to back all that up.
Anybody have any questions of Mr. Ballmer?
I don't have a question, I got a comment. I think that if the condition is placed at 3.401 units per acre, which is 126, that becomes binding. And that becomes binding on that parcel and not the owner of that parcel.
That's 100% correct.
What does that mean?
Would there be a hearing for that if there were any adjustments to that?
Yeah, they couldn't adjust that density at all without coming back through this process.
Thoughts or questions on that? Did you, I think you basically have the plan that we have here, so.
Yes.
Do we need to see that as an exhibit? Oh, the calculations. Do you have your calculations that you came up with? That
I have my calculations. I can write them down on a separate sheet if you want that.
Just wanted to know if you wanted that
I can
as an
introduce
exhibit.
the 4 spots that I have here.
Okay, you want to bring those, hand those to Mr. Vaughn?
Is there any possibility of getting some other things like the heavy equipment that was a concern being written into whatever agreement has been made?
The heavy equipment's already in there. That's a condition on there. Is that,
That it would not be coming up through Freedom Trail?
that's what it says, that it's coming off of Wilson Road.
And is that binding?
Yes.
Yeah, that's previously stated in the.
That came from 2004.
Okay.
Which carries over.
So if we see heavy equipment coming up, we can register a complaint?
You call the city building, I guess, or you call the builders.
Well, my understanding, those conditions go away with the zone change, unless we make new.
Binding with this is the.
They do. I think that the applicant agreed to hold that condition on this application.
If I may, I asked the question and the applicant indicated that they would abide by that first condition as well as the, I'm missing it now. The
200-foot
conservation easement. Those are the two that they would include as conditions in the current application. The others not, because it does change those things, but they did indicate that. And I would suspect that when a winner, if a motion
And the conservation zone is deeded, I believe, so that's already protected.
Okay.
We've entered your reports, your 4 pages, as Exhibit A.
Okay.
All right. Thank you,
Thanks.
Mr. Ballmer. Appreciate it. Charles Dietz, against.
Well, a lot of data here, a lot of new things I haven't seen in the past.
If you could just give your name and address,
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry, Charles Dietz. I'm at 1909 Freedom Trail.
Thank you, Mr. Dietz.
So my gut is it's a bad deal. I'd have to really analyze everything. Part of what I'm hung up on is 6,000 square foot lot. It's, I believe, 0.13 acres. And a 9,000 square foot lot is 0.20 acres. And I don't think there's a single lot on Freedom Trail that's less than a quarter acre. We have a third of an acre, and we have one of the smaller lots. So I'm not sure about the actual density, but I think the density on Freedom Trail is the lots are much bigger than 9,000 square feet, which was the original zoning, I believe, correct? So my guess is Freedom Trail was built with bigger lots. So if we're at like a 12,000 square foot lots going down to 6,000 square foot lots, that's a big difference. So I'd have to look is any of this available on the website? Any of the, like for instance, is that image available on?
I think it's under presentations. It is. It's on
It
our
is?
website. Correct.
Okay, all right. So that's about it. Thanks.
But to your point too, on this section, yeah, they're going down to 6,000. I'm not sure what the previous.
Yeah, I thought it said 9,000. Where's the staff?
That's what was member.
Yeah, staff can answer that when we get to the staff's questions.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it said it was 9, but, all right, thanks.
Any questions, Mr. Dietz?
For me?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Nope. I think we're all good. Thank you, Mr. Dietz. Appreciate it. Jonathan Cheek, against.
Jonathan Cheek, 1768 Freedom Trail. My first question is, when would the bridge be built over the creek? I'm right at the end of Freedom Trail. I'm right by the creek. And then she's right across the street from me. There's no place to put, like, where are they gonna drop materials off? That's like, how is that gonna be built first? Like, I guess that's a question for you.
Yeah, we'll call the developer back up afterwards, and we'll ask him this question.
As he said before, the guy before me, there's been a lot of numbers thrown up, but it seems like
I agree.
they don't need rezoning if the density of homes is already, the condition is already being met for the current zoning. Why the rezoning? Okay. I'm also concerned about the riparian buffers around the stream for this entire thing. Our kids play here. Like I said, if you saw the picture, Freedom Trail goes down to where they're wanting to build the bridge. My kids play in the road because there's no traffic, because we're at the dead end. Just seems like we're all gonna be disrupted down there, which I know they're gonna build back there, that's fine. But the concrete trucks are not considered part of the heavy machinery. There's 8 stop signs to come through to go all the way down to the end of Freedom Trail. It seems like they're just, and it's not even wide enough for 2 cars to drive through when there's cars parked there. It's gonna be hard to get that equipment to come in. So I would like for people to maybe rethink about only going in on the Wilson side, maybe. Building the roads from that side first instead of going through Freedom and up and around. There's a lot of kids in the neighborhood that play there, so I'm concerned about the machinery traffic. Hun, am I missing anything?
I think the riparian buffer as well. Mr. Cheek, we have subdivision regulations, landscape regulations. Those all kick into effect. There's standards that have been developed over years, so that's in our regulations already.
Okay.
And the cement truck.
Yeah, I know. What do you do?
know
I
we
understand that
built
part.
something in Park Hills, and I think 20-some homes, and there's one way in, one way out, and older streets and stuff, but that's sometimes the way things are done, but
Right, I get that.
in his agreement, didn't state cement trucks. So it's something to take into consideration.
I guess the only question I need answer, or what I would like answered is, what's the time frame of when the bridge is going to be going in?
We'll ask the developer when he gives a
Cool.
rebuttal.
Thank you.
Mr. Cheeks, appreciate it. Jamie Moore.
My name is Jamie Moore, and I live at the very end, 1777 Freedom Trail. So I just have a few concerns with this drawing up where they are building, which would be directly behind us. We have the stream and then an incline. I'm curious where the house would start and where that property, I guess, would end. Are you building on the incline, or are you building at the top of the incline where it's flat? I'm confused, like how far back that will go, or where the house will actually start.
What particular lot are you talking, speaking of?
These here, I guess 80, 81, 80 and 81. Like how far back, where would that lot start? Directly on the other side of the stream? Because I know they said there's a 200-foot buffer where they're gonna preserve like the stream and the trees. But when I walk in my backyard and we go down into the woods by that stream, to me, it doesn't look like that's 200 feet. It looks less than that. So I'm just curious where that property would start.
Okay, we'll ask the
Okay.
developer.
My other question was with the cement trucks. I know they're gonna come through. When they were building the houses in our development, they would just dump their concrete wherever. Are they gonna have specific places where they have to dump their concrete? Because I am concerned, because I will tell you, they did not when they were building our block.
Commissioner Sketch.
I can answer that. The SD1 controls all that. They have to have specific enclosed areas and casements to put the washout in. I know back then when they did it, they didn't have those regulations, but they do.
They did have the regulations, and the cement truck drivers.
Okay, next, when you speak, appreciate it. We're just, but in due time.
So my concern is, I just wanna make sure, because we are that in-lot, that they're not using our property to be dumping their, wash out the concrete on, even though part of our lot is woods and creek. Okay. And then my last question, where are they gonna store the heavy equipment during construction? I know they said the heavy equipment is coming in through Wilson Road, but once they start building that subdivision and they are close to our property, where are they actually gonna house the heavy equipment? I just wanna make sure again that it's not on our property.
There's not, they don't have any permission to be on your property, so.
I understand
everything
that.
would stay on the development.
Okay.
And as they modify the grounds, it'll be parked on their property. But we can ask the developer for more specificity.
And then, I'm sorry, somebody already asked this, what is the time frame that you think the subdivision would start?
That's, again, we have no idea at the moment.
Okay.
It's not been approved yet, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions of Ms. Moore? There being none, thank you, Ms. Moore, appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Next, we have John Relihan against.
Hi, John Relihan, 1789 Freedom Trail. I think that changing the width of the lots makes a huge difference when you're going down the streets and evaluating how much you're willing to pay for these lots. If you shrink a 70-foot wide lot to a 50-foot wide lot, you can say it's whatever density you want, but just visually walking down that street, driving down that street, considering whether or not you want to buy a house that we have all built on 70-foot wide lots, if you take 10 feet or 20 feet off of each one of those lots, you could say it's 3.41 parcels per whatever all day, but when you're taking 20 feet out of those houses, you're going to see that difference. And my house is going to lose value because of that difference and because of the traffic. I understood that the subdivision would be expanded and that Freedom Trail was going to be expanded when I built my house in 2017. I didn't know they were going to take 20 feet out of the width of every lot to do it. And if it's harder to sell a house on a wider lot than a thinner lot, that's your problem as a developer and a businessman. You're putting that burden on me and my property value because you're taking away the aesthetics of the neighborhood and giving us nothing in return. No parks, no pools, no walkways, nothing. So I don't want this change. And I agree with, I forget your name, where is he? But the handshake, non-binding. I agree with that. I don't trust anybody on non-binding stuff because I'm 57 years old and I've seen what non-binding means. It means we'll wait a few years and screw you. So I am dead set against this. As far as the concrete trucks go, you can put up whatever regulations and everything you want, but they dump that stuff all over our neighborhood in the ponds on Freedom Trail. And I did call SD1 and got some good help. But guess what? Unless there's somebody there all the time, every day, they're going to do whatever the hell they want. These are concrete truck drivers. They don't care. They want to get home, get to the bar, do whatever they're going to do after work. So they're going to dump it wherever they are. The kids play in that stuff. The kids played in that stuff. That's all I have to say.
Any questions of Mr. Relihan? Thank you, Mr. Relihan. Josh Smith, against.
Hello, Josh Smith, 11551 Bunker Hill. I live in Freedom Park, and I would like to circulate a petition to prevent the bridge construction over the Bushy Fork Creek. Building this bridge to connect the new subdivision will increase the traffic through Freedom Park neighborhood. This will increase traffic. This increased traffic will put children, pets, runners, vehicles, and our homes at risk. Our quiet and safe community is on the brink of change that threatens the well-being and safety of its residents. New infrastructure are meant to enhance living standards, but in this case, the proposed bridge over Bushy Fork Creek will do the opposite. Traffic studies show increased traffic can lead to higher accident rates and pollution. Study by the National Traffic Safety Administration indicates that neighbors experiencing higher traffic volume see a proportionate rise in vehicular accidents. This is not what we want to give our children. Freedom Park serves as a haven for our kids who ride their bikes and scooters in streets. We have kids who have a scooter gang that's 5, 10 wide, and they just go up and down the streets having a good old time in the summer, spring, winter, and fall. And with this new traffic, it means more danger, diminishing the vibrancy and safety of our streets. Our four-legged friends who are part of our families are your risk straying out into the streets due to the unpredicted traffic flow. We propose maintaining the integrity of our neighborhood by seeking alternative routes or enhancing existing road structures to accommodate the growth. Responsible urban planning should prioritize safety and well-being of existing communities over new development. It is crucial for our local government and concerned stakeholders to reconsider the impact of this construction project. And then I have several sources cited about, so a study in epidemiology found that children walking home from school had a 6.3 times higher risk of injury when crossing roads with higher traffic volume. We don't have that now. Right now, kids can cross the street, they can walk home from school. Kenton Elementary and Simon Kenton High School are within walking distance, and many kids do it. Comprehensive review in pediatrics highlighted that road traffic injuries are the leading cause of death for children 5 to 19 years old, with over 600 preventable deaths annually in the U.S. alone. They are health impacts. Respiratory health in children. Higher traffic volumes near children's residences correlated with reduced lung function. Noise pollution and cardiovascular risks. Traffic noise linked to higher risk of heart disease. Behavioral issues in children due to traffic noise. Crime. Higher quality road links, motorways and connections increase crime short term. Expansion and connection is associated with a measurable rise in burglary rates, plausible because improved roads increase offender mobility and escape opportunities. Construction road workers alter street networks and can change crime patterns. Construction and network changes shift crime incidents just due to the amount of people coming through. You said the carpenters, the van drivers, the plumbers. We don't know any of these people. Sure, some of them are our friends and neighbors, but a lot of them are journeymen from out of town.
Would you be open to any type of development on this property? Because no matter what development you have, whether two dwelling units per acre or 3.4, you're still going to have construction workers come through.
Yeah, I don't want the bridge.
You don't like the bridge?
So I will circulate a petition to block the construction of the bridge.
Okay. Have you circulated a petition?
I will be starting.
Okay. I just was going to enter it as an exhibit if you had it.
And I have all my stats, if you'd like.
No, we're good.
Also, has an ecological survey been done for this land? I know for a fact, I've personally found blue-spotted salamanders and barn owls and screech owls and long-eared bats all over this property. So taking away all that forested land would be a detriment to our ecosystem.
Okay. All right, any questions from commissioners? There being none, thank you, Mr. Smith, appreciate it. Amanda Cagle, against.
Hi, I'm Amanda Cackle. I live at 1798, which is right on Bennington. I'm not on the end, but I'm close to the end, and so I was some of the new development that they had at the end that came in later on, because they did it in phases. They didn't do all that development at once. So even when I was there was a lot of contractors, parking, dumping. I have an end lot on mine too, where eventually they may develop that if they ever buy it from the family behind, which I've talked to them. I don't think they plan to, but you never know.
No, you don't.
So I get a lot of that dumping too. I get construction workers that go back there and pee in my backyard. I've had lots of things like that happen. So I'm worried about that. You know, I have small children. There is a considerable amount of small children there. There's autistic children, there's special needs children in that neighborhood. There's even I think a residential for developmentally delayed adults that live in the neighborhood too, so that is another thing. I'm concerned about the home value. If I want to sell my home later, is this going to affect the value of my property because they're rezoning it? Is the rezoning going to be revised later so that they can make it more dense? Are they going to actually increase it to another 326 homes instead of the?
They've agreed to a condition of 3.41
so they're not
dwelling
gonna,
units.
They're not going to go any more than that. Okay. So the traffic. Yeah,
the other
traffic
aspects are concerns and stuff, but our purview here is to take that information, but, you know, as far as following the subdivision regulations and the building specs and stuff, that's all been developed over time and rehashed multiple times throughout the years to provide for the best methodology to develop property. And whenever there's an empty piece of property adjacent to my property, your property, it's always, you know, potential for development. And that's kind of the realistic aspect of Kenton County, especially with a housing shortage that's throughout the United States, especially in Kenton County. So some development is going to go in there at some point, I would imagine, because it's come up before and it's here again. So all these are concerns that are very valid. But as far as our stake, you know, we've got the regulations that develop this property. They have to follow those regulations. And I think maybe in talking to the developer, which he'll have a rebuttal here shortly, we can get some parameters on, you know, the washouts for the cement trucks if it goes through, and the like, and to mitigate any of those things that are possible. And a lot of developers, which I found in the past, have a tendency to speak with some homeowners that are adjacent to and have concerns that they can, you know, help rectify to make sure that things don't happen, go awry. So, any other thoughts that you have, or?
I did also have, so he didn't specify like whether he was doing it all at once or a small area at what time?
Yeah, I think he did mention that depending on market needs, the development would start.
Well, the market we need houses, obviously,
correct,
right?
But it's, if you can sell those houses in that location.
There's no problem selling houses.
Yeah.
They will have no problem in Independence.
Well, then it would be built out rather rapidly, I would think, if that's the case. But sometimes developments take a little bit of time, and he can give us a time frame if it was to go full bore. And
my thinking is if they're going to do full blown, then we're going to have a lot larger traffic flow through the streets as well. You know, and it is tight. In the mornings when we're going, there's tons of cars parked on the street, and we all have to stop and go around and go around. It takes 10 minutes for me just to get out of the subdivision, and that's stopping at every stop sign. And those people are not going to be stopping at every stop sign either. I know that for a fact. We've had this problem before, so that is a big concern, safety too. So, and I knew that development would go in, but I didn't expect it to be changed to increase more houses and that, and change the value of our homes. So I'm upset.
any questions for Ms. Cagle? Any comments? Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we have Mike Easybuck, neutral. Oh, I'm sorry. Joseph Redis, neutral.
Hi, I'm Joe Reddick. I live on 1351 Bramlage Road. I guess there was a couple things. I'm still neutral with it. Development happens. Wilson Road is actually a one-lane road. So that's something we need to keep in consideration because you're going to have a lot more traffic flow on it. I drive up and down that road twice a day, my entire life. I'm in the ditch all the time, just passing cars. Also on that road, we got 3 bridges. I think the one is only rated for 4 ton. You can't quote me on that. And I know the other 2 are really old bridges. They've been there longer than me. So when it kind of comes to all the heavy equipment going across those bridges, are they going to damage the bridges? I guess that's part of the traffic assessment. I guess that was all my main concern.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reddick. Next we have Mike Easybuck, neutral.
I'm Mike Easybuck. I live at 11209 Wilson Road. Pretty much where my property is at would be at the very top of that map, the very, like that point. My land is on the other side of that. So the backside of my property is gonna meet Freedom Trail Park. So, I mean, pretty much, and the gentleman before me kind of stole my thunder a little bit. You know, Wilson Road, you could say one lane, or you could say narrow 2-lane. But it is a fact, if you're driving a full-size pickup truck, you meet another full-size pickup truck, you gotta stop, you gotta slow down, you gotta get over. My son, not long ago, driving down the road, met another car. He drives a smaller car. He got over, didn't slow down quite as much as he probably should have, but he blew a tire. You know, he went and ran over some debris on the side of the road. And the bridges, I mean, there's a bridge right next to my driveway, and it's in a 45-degree turn. I think the bridges really need to be reviewed. They need to be looked at. If you're going to put all the construction traffic, whether it's concrete trucks or if it's hauling equipment back through there, I think that needs to be reviewed. And then pretty much the other thing would be is I know there's retention plan there for water. Most retention ponds I see usually always have water in them already. So what I'm wondering is and over the last few years, we get quite a bit of rain in the spring usually. And the creek actually runs through my property. And it doesn't take much for it to get to roaring pretty loud. So probably one of my biggest concerns, it's not really going to affect me because of the elevation of where my house is built, but for the other people around in that area, I'm pretty sure that the creek's going to get up pretty high. And for anybody who's traveling on that road, when it does rain like that, better be mindful of the fact that that road's probably going to start flooding. I've seen the water get up over top of the bridge next to my driveway before. It doesn't happen all the time, but it has happened before. So I would say that there's probably going to be a chance that there's going to be an uptick of that happening. And as far as, I'd heard it earlier said that the whole plan may end up being a shortcut for people from Wilson Road to get up to Independence. I don't think it's going to be that much of a shortcut because of all the stop signs. I think probably what's going to happen is Wilson Road's going to end up being a shortcut. And it's 35-mile-an-hour speed limit on the road, and like I said, it's a narrow 2-lane road. So I'm kind of concerned about the safety and the impact of what it's going to mean for everything around the development, not so much the development itself. So, I mean, it might be for a discussion for a different day, a different meeting, but Wilson Road probably needs to be widened. And those bridges, the bridges are narrower than the road is. Most of the time when you're driving down that road, when you get to a bridge, if you see another car coming, you're going to have to stop, and then a decision's going to have to be made. Who's going? So just to kind of give a little bit of background or a little bit of a history of how those roads are, that's pretty much what you're dealing with that section of Wilson Road. The other section of Wilson Road is wider. It's a double-line, 2-lane road. But this section in question is not that way. I've lived there 17 years, and when I built my house there and had to apply for permits and everything, one of the discussions that I sort of kind of ran into was they wanted to know, where am I putting my driveway at? And I asked them, why do you need to know that? And they told me that there was getting to be too many driveways on Wilson Road. And so I laid it out to them. I told them, I'm like, well, my driveway is going to be a gravel driveway that actually adjoins an existing driveway. So it shouldn't be a problem, but they said, well, we have to investigate it anyways.
Yeah, generally there's regulations that dictate ingress, egress.
Right.
curb
So,
cuts.
and I was fine with that, but it was basically what I was told was, we're gonna have to look at it. You may not be able to put a driveway there. So now and that was in 2007, so now we go from that to, now we're gonna be putting a big driveway in. And so that's just my concern. Like I said, I don't live on Freedom Trail, so I got 5-acre lot. So where I'm at, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna lose some wooded area right there behind me. And there's a feeder stream that runs down that way also. That's probably that also dumps into that creek that runs through my property. So, I mean, like I said, the elevation of my house is up decently high, so I don't think I'm ever gonna get flooded, but other people in the area may be subject to.
Yeah, and your question about the detention ponds, I hate to put Commissioner Sketch on the spot, but sanitation-wise, they dictate the retention ponds and what needs to be done, correct?
That's all under purview of SD1.
Yeah.
The post-development rate has to be lower than the pre-development rate.
So that's, SD1 does that. We don't have purview over that, but SD1 manages that, and if it can't be done, the development can't, but.
Yeah, I just want to go on record, with everything that I said, so that,
Yep.
I don't want anything bad to happen, but I feel like Wilson Road's going to get tore up
All right.
through this development.
Thank you, Mr. Easybuck. Any
Yep.
questions? No, there being none. Thank you. All right. I think I had checked off everybody that signed up to speak. Did I miss anybody? All right. Thank you. With that said, we'll call the developer back. Mr. Keller?
Yeah,
I
thank
don't
you
know if
again.
you were jotting down any.
I did take some notes, unless if you all have questions
Great.
for me,
No, I
or however
think-
you want to do it.
No, if you miss one, if I've got it, I'll shoot it out to you.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best here. I know the first gentleman that spoke made a comment about, he added up the acreage, it was 43.33 acres, and we're only showing 36.91 acres. Just want to clarify, the entire site is 43.25 acres. When you're computing density, you deduct the right-of-way, and the right-of-way is about 6 acres, and that's how you get to the 36.91. So there's 36.91 of area to develop lots. Hopefully that clarifies that.
Thank you.
Let's see. There was someone questioning the square footage of the lots, and maybe why are we requesting this zone? We're trying to get narrower lots. And this zone allows 50-foot lots. We are proposing 52 and 60-foot lots, a mix of that size. So there will be no 50-foot lots if you're to look at the plan. So that kind of maybe addresses that.
Square footage is 6,000 ballpark?
Square footage is 6,000, but as I mentioned earlier, the market conditions and what they're trying to build, it's a deeper lot, a deeper house. The square footage is probably very similar, maybe even more than many of the homes in current Freedom Trail subdivision.
Is that a trend that's going on for the last 10 years or something?
Yeah, quite a bit, just due to cost for one reason, and just the market itself. Now, actually, 37 of the lots we have planned that are designed for, it's not restricted, we're not age restricting anything by legally,
Right.
but the product is designed for 55 and up, and so that consumer definitely demands a smaller lot. And it also allows us to create a private courtyard feel, depending on what lot they have, what lot they would choose, which gives that market a leg up on that. So that's a big reason for part of the 52-foot lots, is to appeal to the 55 and up buyers.
Is this an HOA?
We will have an HOA.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It'll be as restrictive, or most likely more restrictive than the current deed restrictions that are in place.
Okay, very good.
There was a comment with the concern of the building of the bridge. I mean, the bridge was spanning that stream and creek was always planned, even in 2004 with the plan when it was annexed. I think you saw it up there. So You know, we're gonna meet the requirements of the EPA and Division of Water to make that span. Yeah, the other thing is the right-of-way is really already platted to the edge of the property line, so we can make that connection. There was discussion about riparian zones. I think you commented on that we, you know, we'll follow subdivision regulations. I want to say it's like 50 feet. We're going to be more than 50 feet away from the streams. And we won't be grading within 50 feet of the streams. So we're good there. There was a question, maybe when will the bridge be built? Maybe a comment about the overall schedule. I mean, I think the thought is to start work in the spring of 2026. It's probably about a 4-year build out, maybe 25, 30, 35 homes a year based on, you know, what the economic conditions are, but it's at least a 4-year build out that will begin in spring of 2026. There was a question of the elevation, some of the cul-de-sacs where their homes are relative. I mean, we are building on the ridge tops, and if you were to look on the plan up there, as you start to the south, if you see our cul-de-sac to the south, the one that is pointed towards Freedom Park, those homes are about 10 to 15 feet above in elevation of the homes in existing Freedom Park, but we're not grading within 100 feet of the property line, and the home will be about 300 feet away from the homes in Freedom Park. So we're well up the hillside, and we're working on the ridge tops. It's the same as you kind of move then north. As you move north, the grade gets a little lower, the homes become almost even in elevation. So that existing vegetation in that conservation easement is going to actually help screen the homes on our site. And it's still about 250, 300 feet away.
Is that in the lot areas of 80, 81?
80 and 81,
Okay.
yeah, 80 and 81. As you go north, I can't see the numbers on here, it's a little too small, but the next cul-de-sac up on ours, I'm talking about the two cul-de-sacs kind of on the bottom right.
Okay.
So again, those homes are 300 feet away from the existing homes in Freedom Park subdivision. Let's see. There's a question about the concrete washouts. I mean, all that's regulated by SD1. You know, Fisher Homes is going to build the majority of these houses, very reputable local builder. I think they're going to do everything they can to be a good neighbor. So I feel very confident in what they're going to do.
Comments or thoughts on Wilson Road, the bridges and such, and the weight of equipment?
We're going to analyze that when we do our traffic impact study. We haven't done that yet. That's all part of the preliminary plat and improvement plan stage. So we're going to have to take a look at all that. Let's see, there was retention, detention. I think Mr. Sketch answered that, but we'll have to file a land disturbance permit with Sanitation District Number 1. I think right now I'm showing 5 or 6 areas for stormwater detention. Again, we have to detain. The post-developed flows have to be less than the pre-developed flows for peak, so we'll meet all the requirements of Sanitation District Number 1 rules and regs. I hope I answered most of those.
Yeah, I think that's quite a few that I've had. Your heavy equipment, you park that on the construction site, correct?
Yeah, I mean, they'll mobilize in, like I said, they have to from Wilson, and as they're working their way up through there, but all the equipment's going to stay on site. It's going to be on top of that ridge top.
And there'll be nothing on, it's obvious to me, but just for sake of stating it, it's
Sure.
not on anybody's property but your own.
No, it's only on our property. Yeah, it's only on our.
And does that equipment move in and out as you're grading, or does it stay on the property till the grading's finished?
Oh, it'll stay on until it's finished, yeah. They'll mobilize, I mean, they'll clear first, and then they'll start doing their cuts and
Okay.
fills. And
So it comes in off of Wilson, stays there, so the coming and going of the heavy equipment is mitigated to a degree. I'm just trying to
Correct.
answer some of the questions.
Once they mobilize,
They
they
mo-
can just
yep.
stay on site. It's a,
Okay.
it's a cost and inconvenience
Yep.
issue. They wouldn't be able to do it if they had to go in and out. So once they mobilize in, that equipment will stay until the earth is moved.
Okay.
Yep, and there was one other comment about environmental. We do have an environmental consultant on board. He's already started to prepare some reports, so we'll be sharing those with, if we
Okay.
need to, with PDS during our
And I know what you said about the non-binding plan and that you need some leeway. Maybe that's something I'll bring up with staff, but at this time, you can't commit to agreeing to the plan that you've submitted?
Well, not sure yet. We believe it is binding because we're basically saying the condition we agreed to was 3.41 units per acre, which will only allow 126 lots. So we're not going to build any more than 126 lots, and the density won't exceed 3.41 dwelling units an acre. What we may need to do when you get into fine grading and detailing, move a cul-de-sac here a little bit, or shift the center line of a road just to make the grades work, and that may be done to save some trees or save an area. We just don't know that yet. We're not in that detailed design yet.
Okay.
So we want to make sure we have a little bit of flexibility, but feel very confident in this plan. I mean, we put a lot of effort into it.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Knoll? All good. All right. Thank you very. Any questions from Commission? Mr. France, Commissioner France.
So you had indicated, I think, that your plan was to start at the end of Freedom Way. Is there any thought to, in light of the public tonight, with the starting the homes at Wilson and working the opposite way to the bridge?
It's a consideration. Obviously, it's always an option, but it wouldn't make the development wouldn't work from a market standpoint in that regard. We wouldn't do it if we did that.
Okay.
We'd do something else or do what we,
Mr. Bridges?
Just to clarify that too, a lot of that big work's going to be done anyway. So it's not like, that's really slowing anything down or changing the timeline that much. So like as far as putting the bridge in and all the grading that goes to that road area, that's going to happen on day one. In a way, the grading will have to just get because all the grading equipment will be there once, do everything before it leaves, and then just as weather and time permits, the bridge will go in early. That would have to go in before we started putting before we even had roads where if they're on Wilson Road or Freedom Trail side, either way, it would have to go in right away because I can't be, we just wouldn't be able to do it physically,
I think also the utilities, you're continuing your utilities from
Freedom. Makes sense.
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioners? All right. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. At this time, I'm going to allow a rebuttal if it can be a consolidated spokesperson or something, if there's one last rebuttal somebody would like to say. And I forget your name, but
Michael Balmer.
Michael Balmer. Mr. Balmer, step forward, please.
Single family. Michael Balmer, 1776 Freedom Trail. My rebuttal is on the clarification that was provided on the total acreage. I stated in my earlier statement that I was looking at 36.91 acres, 126 units makes that 3.41. My objection was in the total acreage that was listed on this lots being 43.33 instead of the 43.25 as indicated.
I think that 43, and maybe ask the developer, but the 43 was including right-of-ways, and I think the 36 takes out the right-of-ways.
It's total acreage. The 43.25 was supposed to be total acreage. If you add up the lot sides of the 4 pages I gave you, it comes up to 43.33, not 43.25.
All right. Thank you.
That was a clarification on that. So, And, you know, the statement on the heavy equipment, I'm not understanding from how Mr. Keller responded as far as how that heavy equipment is not going to be coming on Freedom Trail if that's going to be their first area of development is going to be coming from Freedom Trail.
I think he stated that the bridge would have to be established in the beginning. So allowing.
And how's a bridge going to be established without having heavy equipment? It doesn't make sense.
Well, I'll call the applicant up.
Okay. And as was mentioned, the bridges don't seem to be, from Wilson Road, don't seem to be able to handle, A, the traffic, and B, the weight of the heavy equipment.
I think the
So it would have to
traffic's-
come through Freedom Trail.
Traffic study will,
Right.
fare that out, so.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ballmer. Any other questions real quickly? There being none, if the applicant, Mr. Knoll, come back and answer that question, please.
Regarding the bridge, it's going to be built from the development side, not the Freedom Trail side. So they're going to access Wilson Road. All the equipment will come through there. They'll probably need a crane to set it, but everything will be on the development side of, within our development, not in the Freedom Trail subdivision.
Any question, any rebuttal on the acreage again, 43.33?
Well, sometimes you'll find if you look at the GIS and you do
Yeah.
deeds, it can compute differently, and I think that's probably what you're seeing is just that little slight variance that's very small.
Okay.
You'll see that.
All right.
So we probably used the deeds, and there could have been some GIS. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Knoll,
Thank you.
appreciate it. There being no other questions, I will close the public hearing, recess the public hearing, and discussion amongst commissioners.
I have a question for
Commissioner
staff.
Bridges. Yeah, we can call him. When we reopen.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Any discussion amongst commissioners? It's going to be a long night. There being no questions from commissioners, we will close the, reopen the public hearing. I'm sorry. And if you, staff, have any questions of staff?
I do.
Mr.
Would you
Bridges.
put up that condition about the heavy equipment again? And is that heavy equipment defined anywhere?
All that was listed on the ordinance was that heavy equipment enter via Wilson Road.
Is that defined anywhere?
Not that I have.
How would a loaded concrete truck not be heavy equipment?
I don't know what the intent of the council was on this.
Okay.
And I'm just curious too, Commissioner Bridges. Concrete trucks coming over, not on a paved surface or anything, even a subgrade road. I don't know if that creates some issues or something as opposed to coming, well, that'd be the case. They wouldn't come until after the fact anyway, so disregard what I just said. Commissioner Vaughn.
So that's kind of a summary of what's actually written, and it says heavy equipment for development phases to enter via Wilson Road, which they think a little different than maybe building phase, but I don't know. I think I need clarification, or that might help to clarify things, but it does say for development phases.
What does that mean?
That's throughout though, so.
I can't say that I'm
France.
familiar with Wilson Road, but it would seem prudent for the Kenton County Fiscal Court and Highway Department to really check out Wilson Road. It sounds like it's all good and well to say it, heavy equipment on Wilson Road, but we better make sure Wilson Road, in particular those bridges, are adequate. So I'm sure somebody, maybe they've already looked at that, but hopefully so.
Ms. Bessie, I have a question regarding the traffic study. Since it's not required, did you state that? That it wasn't required?
It would be required for the expansion, is my understanding. I can pull Steve back up here, if that helps.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind just asking that for clarification. I kind of got mixed up on that.
So for this issue, a traffic study is not needed, but for a preliminary plat to be approved, we required that the traffic study needs to be done because it has, in the subregs 7.2-1, it says the need for a traffic study, and anything that has more than 100 trips per hour during peak hour will need a traffic study. And the ITE trip generation manual states anything over 90 dwelling units for a single family home goes over that threshold.
Okay.
So a traffic study will be needed before the preliminary plat.
And the results of that traffic study are binding on this development, correct?
Binding, it would be recommendations,
findings and
findings, yes. We would
Correct.
take those into consideration and everything like that.
And in that traffic study, they don't analyze bridges and the like, do they? Just analyze the
Not
traffic pretty much?
Just traffic, not
Okay.
bridges itself as a weight issue or like
Yeah.
capacity, but it would go through the geometrics of the road and how,
Okay.
and the new subdivision itself too. To
And
see
does-
if that road would, like if the proposed subdivision needs to be wider.
Okay, correct.
Just
So
the new
if the
stuff,
traffic's
not
too
the
intense,
original, but.
the road would need to be widened or
And there would be a
turn
no.
lane or something.
And in a traffic study would be a no-build scenario and a build scenario too.
Okay,
Throughout the 10 years, I believe it's 10 years.
all right. And I'm just trying to clarify something. On the bridge aspect, if these bridges are certain tonnage and the equipment's certain tonnage, that's the responsibility of the city or the county, I would imagine?
I believe these are county roads, so it'd be on the
Okay.
county.
Okay.
I'll have to double check on which type of road they are, because I know it's a local road, but it could be city, it could be county, but I believe it is county.
So there are guardrails, so to speak. Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Neltner.
Mhm.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Yes.
Mr.
Going back
Whitman.
to my earlier question about the conditions of the zone change during the annexation, do we have those? You said that, I don't know if you just meant PDF staff or the commission had different, recommended different restrictions. Do we have those available that could be read to us?
I don't have them available here. We can work on that.
Miss Bessie, just one last question on my part on this non-binding aspect, and hearing the developer speak that, may have to tweak a cul-de-sac this way or that way. If they agreed to this plan, would those be considered minor changes that staff could then remediate, or am I thinking of something else as opposed to a major change?
That doesn't apply.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I didn't know if that applied to this or not.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I kind of missed the crux of your question because I was looking something up.
Yeah,
but-
just, Andy, I might be confusing two different things, but if they agreed to this development plan,
Mhm.
and then they had to tweak a cul-de-sac left or right, feet or elevation, would that be considered a minor change? And does that apply to staff approving that?
Sure, I think that should be something that is considered, if you make that a condition, that minor changes be considered, can be considered the same way, just so it's clear in your condition that there are some minor changes that can be considered by staff or through the regular major minor change process. Otherwise, if it's just that development plan becomes binding, we would take that as the literal, that development plan is what is binding. So I would just be as specific as possible with the condition. That'd be my recommendation on staff's end as having to look at this in the future and trying to interpret, what may or may not be considered a major or minor change.
Yeah, and as it stands now, this plan can flex. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Right, if the condition is adopted, as long as they don't exceed that density.
Okay, very good. Any other questions of the commission?
They have to agree.
Yeah. Can I ask that? Call the applicant back up. Mr. Knoll, could you step up for a minute?
Sure.
Or Mr., both of you?
I can, yeah.
Just a question on what I just stated.
Mhm.
Is that a possibility that you could agree to this plan with?
Yeah,
We've
yeah,
done
I
it-
think we could. I guess what we don't want to be held to is if we have to reduce the number of lots. So we might lose a whole cul-de-sac. I don't know. We might lose, I don't want to have 126. So if we can, keep to it in general from, it's up to the scientists and the engineers here to figure out how all the details are going to go. But inevitably, we'll definitely would adhere to the maximum of 126. There's no way we would exceed that. That's fine. I just don't want to have 126 if we need to have less. That's my only thing.
Right.
Because that could happen when we go through our grading process and we deal with the grades and the.
So you can end up with
Yeah,
less
correct.
units?
Yeah, we'd be happy to have less. Yeah.
Okay. So would you agree to a condition that this is the plan and that any minor changes?
As long as we understand, as long as there's the word minor is defined, we have it very, very clear that it's, I don't know, Rob, you might speak to the science on that end of it. I don't know.
Maybe we could ask staff what minor, major, because we do this all the time, and allow staff to.
Yeah, so minor changes is something that is defined within the zoning ordinance, and without, again, without actually having it and reading it verbatim, it's things like significantly altering the circulation, increasing the number of curb cuts onto adjacent properties, increasing the density. I think those are, again, kind of generally the requirements, but it is something that is specifically defined within the zoning ordinance that we would look at if something does change.
Okay. Is that something you both could live with, the applicant could live with? Or we'll let Andy finish here.
I trust you people will work.
Sorry.
For the circulation.
If they're limiting to 126, do we care?
No, I'm just trying to let the surrounding property owners know that, this non-binding thing that's come up 15 times, to just put that to rest and say it's a binding plan. And if there's any minor changes, it goes back to PDS staff if they do agree to that. Any major change, if there's a major change in this, because they've already agreed to the amount of units, so that can't change. But if there's a major change in location of a cul-de-sac, or no, I'm not going to say that, but a major change defined by staff, they would have to come back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. But any minor changes, we do this with staff all the time, they make the decision on minor tweaks here and there, and Andy just listed a lot of those dimensions.
So I actually have this up on the screen right now. These are the factors that go into determining whether something is a major or minor change. So increase in number of units above what is permitted.
And a change in use that can result in more intense use, that's.
Right. But sorry. So a lot of these apply mostly to like commercial, multifamily developments and aren't really relevant in this case, but.
Yeah. But if the developer agrees to it, then we can proceed in that route and put something to rest possibly with the non-binding aspect.
I mean, one thing I could see that could change is we do have a number of cul-de-sacs. And when we get into the detailed design and grading, we may want to pull a cul-de-sac back, and sometimes then we'll say, it makes more sense just to put flag lots. And we want to have the ability to maybe make that change.
If they go.
From a cost standpoint, it'll be less lots, but you would see the traffic off the streets, and there could be a street that could change like that.
And Andy, if they did go to a flag lot or something of that nature, they're limited to how many flag lots they can have
Yeah,
off
we
of.
would have to meet that sub-reg.
Right.
Yeah, and based on these requirements, we'd be looking at, again, is it increasing or decreasing it? And is anything actually being moved closer to an adjacent property that wasn't initially shown on the development? Or is it disturbing an area that was previously open space or something like that?
I guess what I'm looking for is, would you agree to the condition that this is the plan Minor changes, as discussed, would go back to the planning and development for approval.
Yeah, if there's something major, I think we're all, we have a meeting of minds here on this, that, you know, I trust Andy would do to get us the right definition of what those changes are. So, yeah, I think so. I don't have a problem with that. You know, like I said,
Very good.
any changes we may do will probably result in less lots, not more.
All
We
right.
can't have more anyway.
When we go for a motion, we'll put that in the motion.
Correct. Doesn't this go to the city too?
Yes.
The city's gonna get approval and they can put conditions on it and they're going to take care of it and listen to the people there.
Correct, valid point. This goes back to the city after we do our thing, it goes back to the city for their approval.
Right.
So, all right.
Does it have to go back to the city or?
Yeah.
I believe it does. Or are they one of the ones where it's approved? if it's-
I don't know if they were one of the ones with the 15-day requirement or not.
No.
I don't know.
I do.
Does somebody
Andy?
have to?
I'm sorry.
Does somebody have to appeal for it to go to the city?
No,
or-
this is not the 21-day thing, so it goes to the city regardless.
I just wanted to make sure we were
Good
correct.
point.
Yep.
All righty. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for being here, and thank you. At this point in time, I would like to close the public hearing. And do we have a final discussion amongst commissioners? Or that's it? Matt? Okay.
I just need to figure out the conditions from 2004. They're going away, but we can condition the heavy equipment that's on there, and then the 200-foot
Riparian buffer?
conservation easement. We can put that on there. They're already saying they're agreeing to 126. Condition it to that.
And 3.41 dwelling units per acre. They've sent an email.
Yeah,
agreeing to-
126 single-family lots, approximately 3.4 dwelling units per net acre. And this is going to be binding agreement with,
This plan is-
subject to minor changes that will go.
Minor changes.
A binding development plan, and it does not have to come back before the planning commission unless there's major changes as defined in the regulations.
You probably need to talk.
I think they've agreed to it, so. No. So I'll, ready for a motion. Good luck.
What I just said.
What I just said.
I make a motion, we approve PC-25-0009-MA with the conditions that it's 126 single-family lots, approximately 3.4 units per net acre. That's a binding plan with whatever, however you said, with minor changes as they go back to the.
It's a binding development plan that would only have to come back before the planning commission if there were material changes as defined in the existing regulations.
Okay, and the heavy equipment, a condition of heavy equipment comes off Wilson Road, 200 feet conservation easement along the stream. And I think I got it. I think I got all my notes. I think that's it.
And your basis.
Oh, basis of everything we heard tonight from staff, and it is in, or is it consistency with the comprehensive plan?
And as well as the audiences.
Yeah,
Second.
that's everything I heard tonight.
Second.
Commissioner Sketch seconds. Mr. Smith, take a roll call.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Sketch?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wigman?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Present.
Say yes or no.
Present.
Goes with the majority.
So, Commissioner France?
Yes.
Commissioner Heidrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yes.
Let's see. Motion is approved.
I have a question. Does present go with the majority, or does the present go with the no?
Goes with the majority if it's an abstention, so I would think presence is an abstention.
Goes with nobody.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for all the input. This goes to the city, so you may want to attend the city meeting because they have final approval on this. So please, and thank you again for putting up with my control. Oh, man.
With that, just to allow the room to get a couple minutes, I'll take a 5-minute recess. Perfect. Be back just 5 minutes. Okay, if we're ready, I'm going to go ahead and call us back to order. As I'm reading the next one in, I guess people can settle down. So our next item, public hearing on the agenda is PC 25-0010-MA, Crescent Springs map amendment. The applicant is Ross Cruikshands on behalf of Ireland Development LLC. Location is 620 to 632 Ireland Avenue, an area of approximately 1.09 acres, located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Ireland Avenue and Harris Street in Crescent Springs. The request is an amended concept development plan in an RMF residential multifamily zone of the Crescent Springs zoning ordinance with 2 concurrent variance requests to reduce the required building setback. Summary is the applicant proposes to construct 2 multifamily townhome apartment buildings totaling 17 units with a setback of 15 feet from Ireland Avenue where 25 feet is required and 12 feet from the property line in common with 2412 Sarah Lane where 25 feet is required. A note on this is there is a legal test before any variance is granted. Planning Commission must find that it will not, 1, adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare, 2, alter the essential character of the general vicinity, 3, cause a hazard or a nuisance to the public, 4, nor allow an unreasonable circumvention of the requirements of the zoning regulations. So this is one, folks, where we actually grant the variance at the same time. It's not something we've typically done in the past. So as you're listening to the presentation, the applicant and the public, please be aware of that. That's kind of something that we haven't typically done in the past and are being asked to do this time. So do keep those variances in mind as you're listening. With that, Mr. Denbo.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have a financial interest in this, but the applicant is a family member, so I'm going to recuse myself.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, with that now, Mr. Denbo.
All right, thank you very much. And for the record, my name is Patrick Denbo. I'm senior planner with PDS staff. So as was stated, this is an amended concept plan with concurrent variances. And as a reminder, and I know this was just stated, but the Planning Commission's decision on the amended concept plan will be a recommendation to City Council, but the Planning Commission's action of the variance variance request will be the final decision. But the city has adopted the 21-day alternative map amendment procedure, meaning that the recommendation for the amended concept development plan it is a recommendation, but that recommendation would become final after 21 days, unless anyone files a request, a form requesting City Council to take the final action. We do have that form available, and it's at the back table of the sign-up table. So the site is located just inside the suburban sub-area of the Kenton County Comprehensive Plan. The site is currently vacant. It's mostly grass. There is a slight downward slope from Ireland Avenue into the site. Surrounding area consists of a mixture of multifamily residential, single-family residential, and commercial uses. Directly adjacent to the site is the existing multifamily development that this site was once a part of. This is a view looking southeast along Ireland Avenue towards Sarah Lane. The subject site is the grassy area on the left-hand side of the image. The Panera site is what you see on the right-hand side. This is a view looking straight into the site from Ireland Avenue. Again, you can see the existing multifamily development that's adjacent to the site. This is a view looking down Ireland Avenue towards Harris Street, and you can see the area is a mixture of existing single-family and as well as the multifamily development. And then this is a view of the site from the intersection of Ireland Avenue and Harris Street. The proposed access point into the development is along this frontage of Harris. In 2007, there was a map amendment that had a Stage 1 development plan associated with it for the site, which designated it as R2, which was a multifamily zone. The city has recently adopted the new zoning ordinance, which designated the site RMF, which is also a multifamily zone. PDS and city staff met with the applicant regarding the proposed amended concept plan and determined that the changes were major change, which is why it's here for this request. The site is zoned multifamily. Surrounding zoning includes additional multifamily as well as single-family and mixed-use zoning. The existing land use is vacant, and the surrounding land uses do reflect those zoning districts and include multifamily, single-family, commercial, and office uses. Ireland Avenue between Anderson Road and Harris Street, as well as Harris Street between Ireland Avenue and Buttermilk Pike, are currently classified as local streets, but are being considered for an increase to Collector Street. There is currently a sidewalk only along the southwest side of Ireland Avenue, which is the opposite side of the development, which extends to Sarah Lane and then on to Anderson Road. Harris Street is a local street directly adjacent to the site. There are no sidewalks currently along Harris. Anderson Road and Buttermilk Pike are classified as collector streets. The RMF zone permits multifamily dwellings. The front, side, and rear yard setbacks are all 25 feet. Maximum height is 45 feet, and the maximum density is 20 dwelling units per net acre. So this is the plan that was approved back in 2007 with the map amendment. So the site in question is outlined in blue. The site was approved for 2 townhome buildings containing 10 units in each building for a total of 20 units. This comes out to a density of 18.35 dwelling units per net acre. The plan was approved with setbacks of 20 feet from Ireland Avenue, 30 feet from Harris Street, 40 feet from the adjacent commercial lot, and 15 feet from the adjacent multifamily. Sorry, there's the 2 buildings. And then the plan also indicated 17 off-street parking spaces, as well as garage and driveway parking. So again, this was the plan that was originally approved with the map amendment back in 2007. And the access to this development was through that existing development, because again, this was all one development at this point in time. This is the submitted amended concept development plan. So again, the site is outlined in blue for you. This plan also indicates 2 townhome buildings, one with 8 units, the other with 9, for a total of 17, which comes out to 15.59 dwelling units per acre. The proposed setbacks include 15 feet off of Ireland Avenue and Harris, and 12 feet from the adjacent commercial development. The proposed access point is from Harris Street. The drive aisle is 22 feet wide, and the plan indicates 49 total parking spaces, which includes the off-street parking spaces that you see in purple, as well as driveway parking and the garage parking. And they are also showing pedestrian walks between the buildings in Ireland Avenue, connecting each unit with the street. They are showing a stormwater detention area, which is on the northeast side of the lot. There are 2 proposed retaining walls, one at the end of the drive aisle and the other located between the off-street parking and the detention area. They're also indicating a 15-foot landscaping strip along the Harris Avenue side across from the existing single-family, a 5-foot landscape strip adjacent to the multifamily, and an area of existing vegetation adjacent to the existing commercial lot, which they are planning on remaining. The plan is also indicating a development sign at the intersection of Ireland Avenue and Harris Street. So staff conducted a review of the comprehensive plan and finds areas of consistency. The proposed development will allow for infill development on an underutilized lot and will provide new housing on a lot that has been previously approved for similar housing. The proposed development will allow housing in close proximity to employment centers and services and in an area that is appropriate for development at the proposed density. The proposed development is in close proximity to areas where utilities, commercial activity, and community services already exist. And then although the plan, so we also found areas where there's insufficient information to state consistency. And so although the plan is indicating pedestrian walkways between the buildings and Ireland Avenue, which provides connections to each unit and the street, sidewalks are required along both Ireland Avenue and Harris Street that meet the requirements of the Kenton County subdivision regulations. Additionally, although the applicant has noted within the submission that additional housing is needed per the Northern Kentucky Area Development District study, expected price points have not been submitted to determine if the units do fall within one of those areas of needs. The proposed development is consistent with the recommended land use map, which indicates the property for mixed-use development. Mixed use in this case can include one or more of commercial, office, and residential uses. The site does not contain any areas of DSA or blue line streams. KRS states that a map amendment must be in agreement with the comprehensive plan, or that the existing zoning classification is inappropriate, or that there have been major changes that were not anticipated in the adopted plan. Staff is providing a favorable recommendation on the amended concept development plan. The proposed map amendment is generally in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan. While insufficient information has been submitted to determine if the proposed housing will be income aligned, the proposed plan will allow for new housing on currently vacant land where a similar housing development was previously approved and in close proximity to existing employment centers and services. And the submitted amended concept plan meets the minimum requirements of the Crescent Springs zoning ordinance, except for the setback issues that they are seeking the concurrent variances for. And so details regarding those proposed variances will be following right after this recommendation. So just some additional information. While not required on the concept development plan, if approved, the following information is required to be submitted with the future permit applications, including use standards, site lighting, fences and walls, landscaping, excavation, grading, movement of soil, tree removal and erosion, and sedimentation control and signage. As was stated, this request also includes concurrent variance requests to reduce the front and side yard setbacks. So as a reminder, the RMF zone requires 25 feet on all sides. On corner lots, the minimum front yard depth must be provided on one street, with the other frontage allowing a minimum depth of 1/2 of the required front. So in this case, the applicant is seeking variance requests along Ireland Avenue, reducing the setback from 25 feet to 15 feet, and from the southern side adjacent to the commercial lot from 25 feet to 12 feet. The 15-foot setback on the Harris side is meeting the requirement of 1/2 of the front yard, which is 12.5 feet. Applicants are permitted to seek variance requests concurrently with map amendments, or in this case, development plan requests. And in these cases, the Planning Commission is granted the powers of the Board of Adjustment to hear these variance requests. The decision of the Planning Commission will be final on the variances. Before any variance is granted, the Commission must find that the variance will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare, will not alter the character, will not cause a hazard, and will not allow an unreasonable circumvention of the requirements of the zoning regulations. In making these determinations, the Commission shall consider, are there special circumstances? In this case, staff finds that yes, the requested variance does arise from special circumstances. The original approval for multifamily housing was granted when the site was part of the adjacent multifamily development. Now that the site is developing independently of the adjacent development, the structures must be placed in a manner which allows access from the adjacent roadway. The applicant is reducing the unit count by 3 in order to maximize the level of compliance with these regulations. Would the strict application of the provisions deprive the applicant of reasonable use or create an unnecessary hardship? And staff finds again, yes, that the strict application of the provisions would deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of land or create unnecessary hardship. The property can currently be developed with 20 units under the previous approval. However, that plan had its access through the adjacent development and did not require additional road access. The applicant is seeking approval on which includes a reduction in units in order to better accommodate the requirements. And are the circumstances the result of actions taken by the applicant? Staff finds that no. This application is not the result of actions taken by the applicant. The applicant identified the need for variances during the normal processes. Staff is providing a favorable recommendation on the variance requests, finding that the variance requests will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare, will not alter the essential character of the general vicinity, will not cause a hazard or a nuisance to the public, and will not allow an unreasonable circumvention of the requirements of the zoning regulations. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Dembo? Commissioners? If not, we'll go ahead and start the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Dembo. Appreciate that. I have registered, let's see, as the applicants Don Stegman and Ross Cruchjans, I believe. I have then scheduled, let's see, the following are listed as against. Please tell me if it's different. Bob Flaherty, Claire Marconi, Carol McGowan, Jeannie Bell Smith, Jeff Smith, and Jeff Morris, I believe. Is there anybody else wishing to speak on this? I had one neutral, Mike Baker, city attorney. Yeah. So is there anyone else wishing to speak on this? I didn't read your name. If you aren't sure if you want to say anything, please give me your name. You might have the opportunity to speak. If you don't give me your name, you will not be permitted to speak. Okay, that being the case, the applicant, I guess Mr. Stegman or Mr. Cruchjans? Did somebody raise a hand to be heard? Or the applicant?
Yeah.
Brian Fullingham.
Yeah.
Okay, Brian Fullingham, please. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just put you here as part of Mr. Stegman. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Darple, my name's Don Stegman. I'm with Cardinal Engineering, Med 1, Milk Road, and Wilder. I'm the civil engineer for the project. Kind of been working on this project from the original landowner probably since 2017. Do you have a couple of the?
Do you want your
And
presentation
then,
up?
and then at the back of your staff report, do you have those plans, those development plans that you had in the published one?
We have these. I know we have.
You
them.
have them? Yeah, those are important to refer to.
Okay.
That was in the staff
I
report.
don't know that, do you have, yeah, I think, do you have them on there? Mr. Demmer, so the public can see?
Yeah, let me get these.
Yeah, a couple of other pieces, that'd be fantastic.
What do you want up first?
These site plans at the back of your staff report.
Oh, really? No, this was what's on the regular. Oh. It was included in the staff report. Okay.
Especially their concept plan approval, and then the JFK improvement plan.
bear with me when there's no mouse.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'd rather have it up for everybody to see. We'll just take a minute.
We'll get those to fit in that meeting.
One up first.
That one.
Okay.
So I just need to zoom.
We're getting there.
Yeah, you might need to help me.
Sure, absolutely.
Don opened up a can of worms to just go.
This one first?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Okay, sorry about that. I thought those were in the staff report. They would be available to be up as part of Patrick's presentation, so. So this is more the rendering of what was approved, a colored version of it that shows the original plan. Does it work? Okay. Patrick showed the black and white version of the same thing. So 3 buildings. The original plan had 32 units on it and no detached garage. Then on the development plan, let me switch to that. The approved development plan was by Jerry Keith. Yeah, here it is. So this is what's actually built out there today by this plan. So the 32 units were changed. If you look at, sorry, it's kind of busy. I don't know if that cursor shows up at all. There you go. So this is building 1. If you can see where I'm circling, that's the building that's built today. So there's 10 units in that building according to this plan. And what got added between the concept plan and this development plan is this detached garage. So that was not on the original concept plan. And what that does is takes all of this pavement, that drive aisle and everything, and pushed it further into the remaining site. Is everybody kind of following that? Because it's important to our discussion, I think. It took more land out of what's remaining. So this was a 2007, 2008 drawing. They, like many where people were going who lived through that time frame and was in the development business, things were going gangbusters. And then all of a sudden the recession hit. So this site was developed completely, graded for all 3 buildings. All the utilities are installed per this plan out on the site today. They built the first building and then it faltered. So that's from 2007. In 2016, that remaining land went through bankruptcy. It was sold at a master commissioner sale. So the original development is gone. There's a new property line between these 2 properties. So what was originally intended is now not able to be done because there's 2 different properties and 2 different property owners. So I'll flip over to the other pictures.
Mm-hmm.
The other presentation.
From yours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Desktop.
I had it up. It got changed.
Okay. So what's planned to be built right now is something in the same flavor of what's there today. Because it's really interesting, between 2007 and today, this area has major change, right? That whole Panera Center, all that development along Buttermilk, that backs up to Ireland here, that's all different. There's been many other multifamilies around even further. They've got a mixed-use zone. Sorry about all the flipping back and forth. I don't want to rehash what Patrick's already done, but we're looking at a townhouse project rather than the stacked flat condo project that will have the same flavor as what's built today. So this is what you'll see from Ireland Avenue, is the townhouses that have varied, elevations and access. The street's pretty flat, so you're able to keep most of the building flat. You might have one or two units that need an elevation step, but no driveways off of Ireland Avenue. You're gonna have a very residential feel. You're gonna have a great front porch feel off of Ireland with pedestrian access out to, we want these people to be able to go across the street to Panera and enjoy the new commercial centers that are there in Crescent Springs. What's that page down? Just page down. Just click. Okay. So Patrick had some pictures from on Ireland. This is a picture off of Google Street View from the existing development right next to their detached garage. This is what it looks like from the Queen City condos, Queen City Court, looking out towards Ireland. So if you can see, there's a pretty good bank off of Ireland down, because it was already graded for 2 more flat buildings. The storm sewer there's a catch basin in the middle of Ireland that the storm sewer was picked up and sent between these 2 buildings. That kind of defined where we could put buildings, because they've already moved the infrastructure. So that's why we have an 8-unit and a 9-unit building, and there's a storm sewer that goes right between them, because that comes off of Ireland and goes down and feeds into this development. Continuing on around. So if you flip back to our rendering, this is a picture of what's built out there today. I would argue that what we're planning on building, what the developer is planning on building, is in the same flavor. These buildings have garages in the front that you drive into. Ours, our developer will be able to come around the back off of Harris into an access drive and have 2-car drive-under garage into each townhome. That's one of the other things I think that's really good about this one, as well as the existing development. It's not going to be a sea of off-street parking like you might have in some of the other multifamily developments that have no garages. These each will have a 2-car garage, and there's the ability to park 2 cars in the driveway out in front of the garage, and we've got visitor parking spaces that's parallel along the 22-foot access drive. So we feel like, when I count that up, that's 83 parking spaces. I know dimensionally, I think Patrick knocked off half of my driveway parking spaces, because it's not a 9 by 18 space. It's a it was 17-foot wide driveway, but I know at my house there's 2 parking spaces outside my 2-car garage. So anyway, but either way, it's well beyond what is required. It's typically a 2 units per or 2 parking spaces per unit. So we're well beyond. So all of this was done in a method, in a manner to try to give the same flavor of what's there, try to do the least amount of impact to the streets that are around there, and have a nice looking development that Crescent Springs would be proud of. Once again, going back to that first one, the detached garage is back behind this building, there's all these garages already in these existing units. All this land to the left is where we're proposing to put the townhomes. So they're kind of like walkouts. You can see this steep bank here lends itself really well to a basement type entry, a rear entry garage. So we will have pavement access and parking out here. The building will have drive-in garages here, and then that front will orient to Ireland. This is pretty much a view of where our access point will be. We're not going through the fire hydrant. We're actually to the right of it. But this is what the view will be off of New Harris. Harris was newly constructed. Was that within the last year or so, Greg? But yeah, Harris is newly constructed, widened, and this will be our access point. It's really, the grade's very accommodating. It's not steep. That's one of the reasons we don't have accesses off of Ireland, because one, there's a lot of, they were even talking about, they're considering making Ireland a collector. But then there's a grade transition. It would be awful steep to try to come off of Ireland instead of come off of Harris. So this seemed to be the most logical spot to bring the access point to. And then one of the things you see in the background here, this kind of goes with the variance. The one building we're asking for the right side as you look at it from Ireland, that right building to be 12 feet off instead of 25. Well, we're backing up to, this is the back of that paint store. So we're asking a variance to be able to get closer to the back of the paint store. In this existing vegetation strip, we're going to preserve. So, because that's right on the property line. And this next picture also shows the same. That's the same vegetated strip. So that'll be preserved. The building will start just to the left of that. And we're asking to get closer to the back of house of the paint store, a commercial building, which when this was originally done, that was still residential zoning. So it asked a 40-foot setback off of there. It was a residential use, but it's not anymore. Everything's changed so much. So let's see. Let me go back to the development plan. No, you're good. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. So, as Patrick noted, we're asking for a 15-foot yard setback off of Ireland. One of the things I was hoping to point out with you on the Jerry Keith plan that the development was done by, there was 15-foot setbacks listed on there for those buildings. So I don't know how it got from the concept plan to the development plan. I've asked Patrick, they don't have a record of that, but I'm telling you, as an engineer looking at it's approved, that's how it was built. It was all built per that concept development plan that JFK development plan that you've seen there. It has a 15-foot setback, and I'm happy to pull it back up again because it's appropriate to our discussion. They were going to have the building 15 foot off of Ireland's right away, and we're asking for the same thing. So many other things. I just don't want to belabor the point. One of the points that people bring up a lot is stormwater detention, right? So the original plan was done in 2007. Our plan is going to capture every bit of the stormwater that this property generates, put it in our own detention basin. Even though the entire site had a detention basin designed to serve it, we're getting all of it into a new detention basin that will detain it per the new regulations, more stringent regulations than were in place when the original development plan was done. So we'll hold it back more, and then we'll release it into the existing system beyond after that. Because there's storm sewers on our site, there's sanitary sewers on our site, SD1 sanitary sewers, there's public storm sewer, there's storm sewers coming from the other development that run through our site. The catch basins are still there. They were in those pictures. So we're going to utilize them because they're there, but we're utilizing them on our own property, not on the adjoiner's property. Because when that went through that master commissioner sale, it basically created a hard line lot between the two. So one of the challenges we've had, and like I said, I've been working on this since 2017, is how to find the right product to go on here that will blend these two uses and allow them to be adjacent to each other and still utilize the building. I don't know how you do it other than what we're trying to propose here, because I think it stays within the original intent, stays within the same flavor, and it utilizes the grading and the infrastructure that was already installed for the previous development. So, you guys want to talk at all about product and this is Ross Cruise Jams.
Ross Cruise Jams. Address is 173 Crumpleman Drive, Fort Mitchell, Kentucky. So what we're proposing is a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath with a 2-car garage in the back. Right now, we are looking at renting them with also the possibility down the road of doing a for sale type product also. So happy to answer any questions later on also. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ross. Each one of these units will have its own meter, own service. It'll be set up to be individually divided if they want to. I think their intent is to originally keep all of them and rent them. I don't have any other specific points at this point. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you, Mr. James. And commissioners, any questions of the applicant thus far? No, we'll pull the others up and give you a chance to, if you all listen and see if there's anything you want to, any questions you can answer. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go down the list in order. Mr. Flaherty, Bob Flaherty.
Yeah,
if you please come up to the.
I'm withdrawing my name from speaking.
Does not wish to speak. Okay, that's perfectly fine. Claire Marconi.
Well, first of all,
if you'll state your name and address for the record.
Name and address, Claire Marconi, 650 Hidden Pine Way, Crescent Springs.
Okay, thank you.
I live right adjacent to that property. I can walk out my door and 20 feet and I'm on that property. I'd like to know in the back, what's going to be in the back of the unit? Is it your garages and garbage cans or what? What are we going to look at when we walk out our door?
Okay, that's a question, and we'll have the applicant come back up and address your questions, and I'll mark it on here what's going to be behind. Right now, it just shows, parking spaces.
Garages.
No, those are parking spaces right here. The driveways and the parking spaces, yeah. So, but we will have them, when they come back up, answer your question specifically. We won't answer that. We'll let them come back and answer it at the end, if that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we aren't the developer. That way, we'll let them answer it so we get you the right answer.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Well, yes, here's some more questions.
Okay.
I'd like to know where the water is going to go from the gutters, the downspouts.
Okay, right now, if you look, they got stormwater detention over there on this whole site. The engineers already said has been proposed to hold all of the water on site over on the end behind. They've got it, and then we have the development. See that line up there? It says proposed detention basin. I would assume it all has to be drained there.
Left?
Upper left, yes.
Right here.
Okay. So that they're gonna have a drain, you know, I call them a drainage ditch.
Well, that'll be a detention area back in there, it looks like, and we can have them better explain that when they come up as well. It looks like there's a wall that'll be up on the one side, so there'll be something behind it. I don't know if that's, if it's detention, if it's gonna be wet then, or I guess it'll be wet and essentially dry out, but we'll have them answer that as well. Okay?
Now, the ingress and egress, is it off of Harris or Ireland? I didn't get that.
Harris. Their ingress and egress is off of Harris, is what the plan
Okay.
shows.
Then I'd like to know what barriers are going to be between the property and our property.
Right now, they show a 5-foot perimeter screening, and we can let them address that a little better if they will too.
They'll answer that.
Okay?
Okay.
No, and that's fine. No, they're good questions, and we'll
Yeah,
Very good
yeah.
questions.
you know, and I'll make sure, and I've got them written down myself, and I'll make sure that they answer them specifically.
And another thing, I'd like to know how many square feet each individual townhouse is.
It looks like a first floor, each one of them are 820 feet, with the lower level being 817 square feet. So you got multiple levels, so 1,600 square feet. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, sir. Yes, 16.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay, but we'll make sure. So we had the, what you'll see as you look across, where will the water go? We already answered where the access was, and then the square footage, I think we just answered. So it's pretty much where the water goes and what you'll see as you walk out. What perimeter will be around there too. Okay. Okay. We'll make sure that they answer those when they come back up.
They'll answer that.
Are there any other, do you have any other questions?
No, I'll think of some more.
Well, this is your chance to ask them. You get this one shot.
I'm a spokesperson.
I'm happy to have them answer whatever question. And I also know, you know, that they'll be available. You can, this goes back to the city. So if you think of more questions, you can always send them to these guys. They'll be happy to answer them for you.
Okay.
Okay?
You know where the city building is, Mom.
Unless they want to bring it. Unless she wants to bring it. I'll make sure.
Thank
she
you,
knows.
Mr. Marconi. You were most helpful.
Yeah. Okay, with that being said, thank you, Ms. Marconi. Did anybody have any other questions, Ms. Marconi? If not, we're going to go ahead and we'll do, I'm sorry, Carol McGowan. Am I saying it properly? Okay.
My name is Carol McGowan. I live at 2264 Edenderry Drive. It is a condo community. First, I have a rhetorical statement. I question, why are there zoning laws if they can be changed so often? And I guess I look at it, if the developers want to make money, I totally understand that, but usually the developers don't live in this area. So there are some condos in this area that are already having drainage problems that has come to the city because of the development, that how everything has changed with Panera and a few other things in the neighborhood. If you haven't figured it out yet, yes, I'm opposed to this. I'd like to know, why can't developers scale down the amount so they don't have to have a variance? Why can't they have a 10-unit building? If you pull out of Harris Avenue, yes, it's just been repaved, but the driveway that was explained to be in back of these townhomes is 22 feet. I'm not so sure when they pull out on Harris Avenue that it's 22 feet wide there. That part of Harris is very thin, and there's 4 to 6 houses, I don't know exactly, that are down there. Jeff will be able to tell you. And it's not fair to the traffic that has been there, which isn't much, for now to have 17 units being able to pull out on such a small street. In 2007, this may have been approved to have 20 units in it. Again, because of all the new development, nobody mentioned the development that is on Anderson, darn close to that paint store and to the automotive place. There are several buildings in there with several units in each building, and all those kids are playing in the parking lot. A lot of times, if I'm not mistaken, they cut through the back of the paint store, the back probably where you live, on their way up to the park or even to play in the green space. I'm not saying they deserve the green space. I'm just trying to make the point, there's a lot of kids that live in that development that nobody mentioned at this, coming here with the developers. And then I would like to also, if this gets approved by either, by county and city, I would like to see something built in there that all roads get restored back to what they were when they started, public or private roads, only because over in our area in the crossings, they have trouble with the roads now because of the heavy equipment, which might include concrete trucks, but they've had trouble with roads that were already completed with the condos that are being built in the back of the crossings area. And it's not fair because the crossings was already closed off, so now no one can do anything about it, but the developers back there can drive through, and the city can't really force them much to take care of our roads unless we watch them day to day. And as far as the setbacks, I'm against allowing any difference in the setbacks. I think it should be 25 feet, only because of the population density in that area. Our city, Crescent Springs, is 42% rental units. That doesn't include condos, and condos that aren't even here to be represented. And when you look in that special, well-developed area now, there are apartments, there are condos. Now they want to add more apartments on streets that are not that big. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. McCown, is anybody? No, we're not going to have Clapham. We're going to. No, Mr. McCown, if you don't mind, is there any questions? I do have one. I do want to explain one thing, if you don't mind. What we're being asked here to do is not change the zoning on this. This was approved way back when, and now they want to do, they have a concept development plan. They're changing the concept development plan. We're not changing a zone. We're basically saying you can't do, they could come in and do what's already designed if they wanted to. If they can fit that on there, they can come in and do that. We have no say.
But what about the difference of the variance from the setback?
Well, right now, what I'm saying is, so what they're doing is they're saying, we think this fits better. We think this is a better product for what it is. It's 3 units less. It does, in order to get these 3 units less, we're going to need these variances. That's what they're coming back and asking. We're not changing zoning. Okay. We're simply picking this over that. And right now they're saying if we put that in, it's not going to fit right. It's not going to look right. It would actually have more units in it. This is not changing the zoning at all. This is changing
still have to approve the variance.
The concept plan. We would have to approve the variance. And then it goes.
Same thing. I disagree with approving that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. No, but I did want you to understand that.
I do now.
Okay. I appreciate that. All right. Next up, we have Jeannie Bell Smith. Janine, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm Janine Bell Smith. I live at 850 Riverwatch Drive in Crescent Springs.
Thank you.
And I basically want some clarification and the consequences of why do you want the required building setbacks changed? 25 feet to 15 feet on Ireland and 25 feet to 12 feet on Sarah. Why the change in the variance?
That's how they can fit this product in here rather than the other product. Right now, they could go put the other product in that was already approved. They could go build that if they could fit it on there. And they're asking and saying, no, in order to get this and make this work, we would need these variances. That's what they're asking us for.
I'll do a clarification too. The previous plan also had variances on it.
Yes. Yeah, that were approved.
They're the same variances they are right now.
That were approved.
And from what the applicant stated too, that this was all one plan. Is that correct, Greg?
Yes.
And then when they went belly up or they sold this property, that changed the configuration. And at one time, I think they put a garage in there, which bumped the street that goes in, so it scrunched things down a bit. If it were all together with the existing condos, it would look entirely different, but since that got cut in half, juxtaposed things a bit.
So just some clarification on this. When you talk about moving in 15 feet, is that from the curb of the street and 15
not-
feet in?
We're not moving it, but the variance would be, right now, I think, what are they asking?
15 feet would be from the right-of-way line,
15 foot from the right-of-way line, yeah, it's setback, the building would
which
be
is
set back that
generally,
far.
the 25-foot street would be 27 and a half feet from the back of curb.
So are you moving the setback, the building closer to the street
Then
and the
what-
driveways?
I'm not familiar enough with the prior.
That's what I'm trying to clarify
Yeah,
and the
I'm not
consequences.
familiar enough with the prior one, we can
The
ask.
the setback
the
on
applicant.
on Ireland Road was 25 feet
Actually,
originally.
the
They're
old,
gonna take it to
the old-
12.
originally it was 20 feet.
I mean,
And now it's
the-
15. It's
Here,
five, it's
excuse
5 foot, they're asking to move it 5 foot fast. Well, the plans I have here, the plans I have marked 2007 from proposed site layout from Jack's property, show a 20-foot setback from Ireland. Am I missing that?
Yeah, it's 15.
Is it 15? And maybe that was one of the proposed ones, I don't know. We'll get the applicant
15 on Ireland,
to
12.
answer that. Oh, this was the development plans then. At the very, yeah, the actual final setback plans show a 15-foot setback. So that's not increasing from the originally approved plans.
So
Correct?
I'm not.
Am I reading that right? Is that how you all
That's
read that?
correct. The original development plan was approved at a 15-foot setback. And the proposed development is proposed to be the same, a 15-foot setback.
So we're not increasing it from what has already been approved. That was a variance back then that was granted.
Okay, just to be clarified.
No, that's fine.
So
That's why we're here.
the street, the 15 feet setback, that would be the curb here, and then 15 feet back would be the building, is that correct?
No, that
So you're
is not
moving it closer
correct.
to, the building's closer to the street?
No, the building, the setback is 15 feet from the right-of-way line. The right-of-way line is 12 and a half feet back from the street. So the building would be 27 and a half feet from the street.
So you're talking about, you're basically saying it starts at the right-of-way as opposed to the curb?
Yes, the 15 feet is from the right-of-way.
So just for clarification, and please speak up louder, why do we need to change that from 25 feet to 15 and then to 12 on the others, when this Z121, there's a lot of time, money, and effort was put into this program, and now we're going to go back and say, oh, we don't like that, let's change it?
Well,
Why not keep it the way it was? Because these people went into a lot of research and investigation onto why this Z121 plan was going to be the greatest thing, better than sliced bread, and now we're going to change it. I do not like
I
the
was
changes.
part of that process, and you can ask the developer what he has, but and from my opinion, if you use the setbacks that are required in this zone, that parcel becomes undevelopable. Because
That's
if you
the
go
reason it's
25, you go
undevelopable.
25 from the front, and you do the setback from the rear, you have no place to put a building or anything else. So what you basically done is made that site undevelopable, which in some people's mind might be a taking of property. So
We have a lot of apartments and
I
housing.
don't know about
Yeah,
a lot
I
of
understand
apartments.
that.
All I'm just saying is
Yeah.
that's my opinion, but they can clarify on what they believe it is. But from my opinion, it becomes undevelopable.
So you are saying that if Crescent Springs Council says no, we will not approve the variance setbacks, it will be undevelopable?
I would think so.
And then what will the developer do?
I don't
What
know.
happens then?
You'd have to ask the developer that.
3 sheets to the wind? I don't know. I'm asking you, and I'm asking.
I don't need to, I'm not going to answer anything for the developer.
We're only here to answer whether. or
I
not-
understand. Thank you for clarification on that. Also, it probably not making much difference, but we have horrible traffic issues in Crescent Springs. We are absolutely landlocked. The traffic is unbelievable, and I see this 17 new units is going to bring in more cars trying to get through. We are absolutely bottlenecked every day around from about 5 to 6:37. I don't know how we can hold any more people or ask any more people to move to our Crescent Springs. 17 more units, what's that, 68 more people if we have 4 for a unit, and how many cars?
Currently, it's zoned for 20 units. So it's down to what, 17? So currently, they could go in there and build more units than what they're doing now.
They were going to build more units. There were 20, I believe.
Correct.
And the concept changed it to 17.
Correct.
So that's a very small difference.
You know, 3 times X amount of cars, correct. But they were allowed to do that without these variances and such.
So this happened way back when?
2007 or 2008.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah. And that's why they're coming to us saying, hey, now this is what we think we can make work that works on this site if we're willing to do that. It looks like it's sometime in July or after 2008.
It's a long time ago. So then I will reiterate again, what happens if we say, no, we'll not accept the
We
grade
have
setback?
no way of saying that. Our whole purpose here is to say whether or not we should grant this new concept development plan if it's in compliance with the comprehensive plan and we find that it meets the criteria that's needed. That's all we're here for. We can't tell the developer
So I
what
need to
do.
ask Chance.
You
that
would need to
question.
talk to the property owner and see what he wants to do with it
Okay,
if
thank
this
you.
doesn't work.
Thank you very
No,
much.
that's fair. Good question. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Jeff Smith.
Good evening, Commissioners. Y'all have the patience of Job. Anyhow, some of the others have stole my thunder, so I won't repeat. But my main concern is traffic, and I will hit on the stormwater issue too. But I know that's not your all's control. But I would like to hit on it. And Patrick, did you get some of the pictures that I brought, or I sent to you? I'm sorry. But anyhow, while he's bringing that up, as far as traffic.
If we make sure we can get you on the microphone, Mr. Dembo, if you can maybe. I'm sorry, because we just have to keep
Okay,
record.
yeah, right.
We want to
Okay,
make sure what you get
Sure,
properly on
but anyhow,
record.
traffic, turning left off of Harris. Now, if you're coming up Harris from the development, if you're turning, as a homeowner, if you're turning left onto Buttermilk, generally you get caught up now with all the new development, all the business there. You get caught up with the traffic coming out of Villa Hills wanting to turn left onto Harris. Okay, if you're all following me? I'm wanting to turn left onto Buttermilk. Now I've got cars coming down Buttermilk wanting to turn onto Harris so they can go and manipulate the traffic light and get around. So it's causing a lot of backup. And this development will, what I guess it's 17 units. It'll be roughly, 34 more cars roughly a day. So just that's problematic. And if any of y'all live in Villa Hills or in the area, you know that during rush hour, it's a complete headache. So anyhow, that's the main concern there for me. And then also the the original plan, I thought I seen when Patrick brought it up, some of the setbacks. I thought I seen a 40-foot setback. Am I correct on the original plan? So I was just curious why these all have came back from 30 and 40-foot setbacks to 15 and 12 foot. And my, I guess my comment on the setbacks would be, why couldn't they take and reduce the amount of buildings instead of increasing? I know they've taken it from 20 to 17. Well, why couldn't they take it to 15 and keep those setback requirements? So I just wanted to throw that out there, and maybe he could answer that question as well. And then also, you see the picture there. That is the detention pond from Panera Bread there that is right across from the property. And you can see that it is not working properly. That picture is probably from about 7 months ago. They've been here, they've been actually out on site probably 2 or 3 times to try to correct it, and you can see that they have not corrected it. So my comment there too would be, hey, I know they're going to put a detention pond on this. Is this what it's going to turn out to be like as well? Because this is a mosquito haven there. And then as far as the stormwater runoff, Patrick, how can I roll that through here? Just one arrow, okay. This is stormwater. Now, this is next to my house. I live at the very end of Harris Avenue, the very last house on the left. There's nothing but apartments on the right side. So anyhow, adjacent property next to me, all the stormwater comes off of all the development up there, Panera, AutoZone, Taco Bell, all of Claire's property, all that. It all eventually comes down and makes it behind my house. And if you can see, that property used to be level there. You could almost fit a small car in that property there. Or I'm sorry, in that swale. And then, let's see here, Patrick, am I going left or right or up and down? Right? Okay, and then there's another picture, and you can see by the tree sitting there just how much erosion has occurred. That tree's just barely standing there with the roots that's exposed. And then that final picture there, that's just some of the wildlife coming off of that property that enjoy it, and I'm sure they're not too willing to have this changed either. But anyhow, that was just a goofy picture I thought I'd throw up there. So in conclusion, I would just ask that the Planning Commission would reconsider the setbacks and just reconsider the development altogether. You know, we got a brand new street that we had developed, or I'm sorry, that was put in place out there less than a year ago. This new development will destroy that new road. I mean, you're going to have brand new you're going to have concrete trucks coming down there, all your other construction trucks, and this new street. I've already seen water pumping up out of it in that exact location, so I just see it's going to destroy that street there. Let's see here. I'm trying to make this brief. And then I did hear several times about the Northern Kentucky Area Development District talking about the area is in need of new housing. I kind of find that hard to believe with all the traffic we have in the area, not just in Crescent Springs, but throughout Northern Kentucky. I mean, you try to travel anywhere between, you know, morning rush hour and evening rush hour, and I mean, you better make 15, 20-minute extra time because it's just horrible. So anyhow, with that, let's see here. Just want to get it all in here because I know I can't speak no more. So yeah, I would just ask that the commission make the developer adhere to the original setback requirements, and that the area is already oversaturated with housing, specifically rental properties. And with that, that's all I have. Appreciate your all's time.
We appreciate your time. Are there any questions for Mr. Smith? Any comments? Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you all.
We do appreciate your time. Jeff Morris?
Hello, I'm Jeff Morris. I live at 2424 Harris. I've lived over there for about 30 years. When they first started this thing original, there were a lot of kids that lived on the street at that time, and they made some changes because all them kids and that. Harris Street used to run through all the way and run into the apartments down the end of the road. You know what that was called, Ben? Yeah, it ran all the way down. It wasn't a dead-end street, but they made it a dead-end street when they went to add those buildings and that over there to keep the traffic, you know, off of Harris Street. And now they're wanting to have the road come out onto Harris Street, which is right across from my driveway. I don't really understand why they want to come in and off of Harris Street when you got Ireland up there with nothing on it except Panera Bread. And my mother-in-law used to live across the street in Jackson's, and there was all houses there. And they tore them all down and to build apartments that they never built. Claire was there when they did all that. And part of that, when they built that first building, they were supposed to be able to occupy it so far with so many people occupied in that building before they could build another building. Well, the guy ended up going bankrupt because they couldn't even completely fill up the building that you lived in. I don't even know if it's filled up now, is it? And it's still not filled up. And you're wanting to build 2 more buildings there, and you've never even completely filled up the original building that you made in 2007. And I don't know. That's my 2 cents, I guess. Is I've been to a lot of these things, and I don't know if they ever really go your way. It seems like somebody always is able to change things. So anyway, there you have it.
Are there any questions for Mr. Morris? Thank you, Mr. Morris. We appreciate your time. Mr. Baker, you're listed as neutral. Would you like to address the commission?
I'm a lawyer. We always have something to say. Mike Baker, I'm the city attorney for Crescent Springs. Thank you all for your patience tonight. Tip O'Neill once said that politics is all local, and by golly, you've proved it tonight, that's for sure. The city is officially neutral on this site. You've heard from 3 members of council tonight. It will be before council probably on the 22nd. The issue I would raise for the developer, Harris, where they want to put that's the reason why this is a major change. They go, Harris halves itself, if I could use that term, at Ireland. So from Buttermilk Pike to Ireland, it's a regularly wide street. At Ireland, it shrinks to about half size. And that's where the access point is being proposed. And I think the developer needs to address, you can address it to council, frankly. You know, that raises a safety issue. You know, in my view, this would be a decision for council, and they can address council fully. They've heard comments tonight. I appreciate your time.
Any questions?
I got clarification. I don't want to correct the city attorney, but that road was widened to 25 feet.
It did look wide.
That section of Harris is the same width as the section that goes from Ireland to Buttermilk.
Okay. It doesn't eyeball it that way, but I trust you, Greg. I trust you.
And we do have, I believe Crescent Springs has they have to decide to bring this up, or somebody has to appeal it to them, because if it's not, I believe, aren't they now that? Yes. Yeah.
I'm pretty confident it'll be appealed to.
Just want to make sure it gets, I want to make sure everybody understands that. Just, if it is not appealed, if somebody doesn't like something or wants the city to take this up, if the city takes no action, whatever happens here tonight is the final action on this. If you don't like that, then there's a, what's that? Form in the back. There's a form over here on the back. You can appeal it to the city, and the city then will take it up after this. So please, if you don't like your end result, make sure you do that. I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that, so we don't have. With that, we're going to go ahead and let the developer come up if you answer some of the questions. And especially, I promised Ms. Marconi I would get kind of give her a sense of what she'll see, where the water goes, you know, and what that perimeter is there.
Okay. Escape out of it. Right now. Out of your presentation. Is that your presentation? Yeah. Can I just page back? Sorry. These pictures.
Oh, shoot, I went back too far.
Pardon me? We are the final say on variances. Our variances, we actually will be voting, just so planning commissioners know, we'll take the vote for the variances first, and they are conditioned on final approval of the new concept development plan. So if the concept development plan doesn't go through, variances don't go through. And the city will vote on whether or not the concept development plan goes through, we can either approve or deny the variances tonight. We will take that vote first, and then we'll take our recommendation on the change in concept development plan. Two separate votes. Just so everybody is aware of that, okay? If we would, Mr. Stegman, you got it? You ready?
I think so.
Okay, if you would, if you can address
All right.
some of the
So-
questions that were asked.
So I think the first question was the back of the units. What's it going to look like? And I pull up the picture of what you see it from Ireland right now, and it's going to be somewhat similar. Also, the picture as you turn into Queen City Court, it'll be somewhat similar. So there will be a number of garage doors like that, and you'll see the back of the unit and access to it. But that was the way the original plan was. Just like the frontage of the Queen City, the existing building out there, there's a number of garage doors there with, facades above it.
You also have parallel parking though across there, right?
I do, and that was the other point. Yeah,
Okay.
we're going to go. So you're not going to see just that opening. You're also going to have the ability for parallel parking and also a 5-foot landscaping strip. So we've got the ability to put landscaping in there, albeit it's 5 feet. It's not 15, but it's better than nothing. That pavement that's out there today is almost right on the property line. They did not have any buffer from their property onto that house. So we will be putting in landscaping all along that existing pavement between our two sets of pavement.
Is that parallel parking required as a number of parking spaces in this?
It was more a function of 2 cars per unit. I don't know about you, but
So if
my
you
garage sometimes fills up, so I got to park in my driveway in
Well,
front of my garage.
my
So
point-
if
my
you
point
never have a
being-
visitor,
My point being is you could take that parking where you move those things back, and all of a sudden you gain that. But do you want that? And then you want cars that are parking everywhere else, and then you've
Right.
got a problem.
right?
Instead
Would
of
you rather
moving
have those
forward.
cars
I mean, I'm-
park out on Ireland?
I'm
Because they
the
do
last
allow
one to
parking
say
on Ireland.
redesign, but-
So
Yeah.
yes, we try to be the least impactful we can, but still accommodate everybody on our own site, not impact any of the other streets than what we can.
So basically, the answer for Ms. Marconi is there's going to be a 5-foot landscape strip that can have something
Landscape
in
strip,
it.
some parking. Yeah,
And then
they'll be
you'll have
green.
cars parallel parked,
Yes.
and then you'll see the lower level will be a garage with an upper level above it. There's no upper level above it?
With two upper levels.
Yeah, two upper levels.
Two floors
yeah.
above it, yes.
So garage
Yes.
parking with 2 upper levels above
Yes.
it. That's what she would see above the
That's correct.
parallel. Yeah.
Right. It won't all just be garage doors like you're seeing from Ireland right there.
Right.
It'll
Okay.
be 2 levels of building above it.
That's, okay. And then, I'm sorry if, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but.
No, you're great. I appreciate the clarification. Let's see.
She also then asked the water.
Yeah, I was trying to get that picture that
I
was.
don't know if that's where you're going.
My development plan in the back here. Yep.
Which one are you looking
On the pictures I brought, there, that access off of Harris.
for? That you brought.
That's it.
I think Ms. McCown also asked about why you're looking for that, and I think
So-
Mr. Sketch might answer. Harris is 25-foot wide,
Harris
because
is
she
20
asked if it was 22-foot.
It's 25.
25. So I think you had asked that. I want to make sure she got that answer. Okay.
So this and the original development plan, what you can't see here is this is the existing buildings, and they have an existing detention basin behind their buildings. So there's one there that was originally designed for the entire piece of property. So all the stormwater ends up going down through their basin. But we are, on top of that, we are going to, see, we've got existing infrastructure already on our site. In this area right here, we're going to grade a basin. So all our stormwater from here, everything from that's in our development, will go into the graded basin here, get detained by today's more stringent regulations, less units. So the way they got it, your basin works more often because the outlets are smaller than they used to be. So it'll be detained in here, and then we'll be tied into this. So there's already a catch basin here. That water is already going from this site. It's already going through their detention basin. But it's not detained until it gets into their detention basin.
And I'm the first one to say we don't talk about stormwater detention because that's SD1's prerogative, not ours.
Right,
But
but
at the same time,
everybody's
we
talking
have
about it.
Right now, would this help to alleviate any of Mr. Smith's concern with that water? I mean, because right now, where's this running off to?
So everything, that's how many properties down
Harris.
down the hill.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So this will be caught, detained first,
Right.
slowly let out.
Before it goes through, and then it'll
So
be detained again.
hopefully
as it goes
should.
through the existing basin,
If
and then it'll be
SD1's
outlet through there.
So if SD1's doing their job, this should help to alleviate some of his issue.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead. And I think the perimeter we had talked about.
Yeah, square footage per unit, we already got that. So I think, is that it? Is that all you got for?
I think that was it. They just said general questions then about traffic that I don't know if you've had any. I don't think you probably are at the level to require any sort of traffic study.
No, I talked
There's no
with
way you
Patrick,
are.
there's no
I mean,
threshold for it. Like it's already been stated, the original development plan had 20 units. We're only asking for 17, so we're not going to be any more traffic than was originally approved to go. Actually going to be less.
where's your dumpster?
That's a good question on garbage collection. Or was that going to be individual cans?
It's typically individual cans.
Yeah.
Individual
Which will be
cans,
required
the
to
city
use in
will have.
garages.
Okay.
Individual cans in the garages, thank you.
So that's why we have two cars, they put
Yeah.
them in and out.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions then? About
Yeah, I do.
Mr. Sketch?
Because it was brought up, is the developer willing to post a bond for any damages to Harris during construction?
Yeah, we will.
Okay, so you'll take care of any damages to it. The other thing is I'm not sure that storm sewer drainage, I don't believe that goes over there right now. I think it goes straight down towards down the hill. But is there consideration, because instead of taking this through the existing detention basin, with the construction of Harris Street, the reconstruction, there's a public storm sewer system there now. There's a manhole not far from where you are to put your outlet through that public storm system.
So I've looked at that briefly. It's down the right of way. It's not along my frontage anymore.
Right.
So it's off-site. So we could look at that through the development process.
You can come through the right of way.
Right now, the infrastructure's all on my site, so,
Okay.
but I'm willing to look at it with my developer is.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
if it's a better way to handle it.
Thank you.
But it still all ends up down to the same
All right, I know that.
spot. Okay, yep.
But it wouldn't be going back through
Yep.
that basin.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions, comments?
Just
Mr.
a little
France?
concerned, why is there a need for a variance on the setback when the setback was always 15 feet?
Because that was a variance back then. So you
But
can't,
the
you can't go,
concept-
if you have a concept development plan and you're redoing your concept development plan, it's subject to the regulations in place at that time. In order for them to get those setbacks that were already approved before, they need to get a variance from the regulations in place at the time of the new concept plan. That's my understanding. Is that correct? That's correct. He knows. All right, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why we do it. Okay. Any other questions, comments for the developer? No. Applicant, you all have anything else you want to rebut that was said? Anything, nothing new, but rebut anything that anybody brought up?
No, it's got anything else you can think of, because I think we've hit most of the items. The access off of Harris is, because that's I think, because this is where, that's where one of this property's frontage, and it works better with the lay of the land. And it's better for safety. People come out on Harris and get up, rather than to try and come up a steep bank off onto Ireland and then try to access a driveway off of Ireland. So I think it's.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? We appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Technically, we're right not at this point. I can't. We can give. I'll give you one. What's your question? Come up and ask it at the microphone, please.
May I ask?
At the microphone, please.
May I approach the event?
Yes, please do.
I guess I would like clarification on why, knowing that this development had to be approved by Crescent Springs City Council, or it would be undevelopable land, they could do nothing with it. So did they go into this issue thinking that we were going to be a rollover and everything would be just fine?
No way we can answer that, and that's not our question to answer.
Well, I got that, but
I mean, I understand
that's
that. So, I mean,
my question.
You're asking me a question. I understand that.
But how
You
did
can
they?
speak with them afterwards. I can't. That's not in our purview, and that's not what we're
Okay,
here for.
they can't come back and answer that then?
They can come back at the city meeting. You can ask them. You can.
Can they come back
You
and
can deal
do-
with it. I can't.
Okay.
That's not what we're here to answer tonight. I'm here to answer tonight whether or not this new concept development plan meets our comprehensive plan, and we make a recommendation to the city.
Well, if it's
It may or may not
undevelopable
go.
and it doesn't go,
So-
where do they go?
That's not what I'm here to answer. So, with that, I'm gonna go ahead, we'll recess the public hearing for discussion amongst commissioners. Any discussion? Any comments? Anybody got any questions? There being none, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna reconvene the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Bridges.
I'm usually pretty skeptical of these variances because they usually seem to be, they're trying to sweet talk us into saving them money. But this one seems to be about the most legitimate one I've seen. So I'm usually skeptical, but I'm a believer on this one.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they already were given once, that's.
Well, and they changed the, you can't do it because they changed the property line.
Right. Right. Okay, any other comments, questions? We've reconvened out of recess, so. Any other questions, comments? Does anybody need any clarification of staff? There being none, let's see, our Crescent Springs, who's our Crescent Springs rep? I guess, Commissioner Sketch. Commissioner Sketch, I'm gonna go ahead and close the public hearing then, and I will call for a motion on this matter, and first we're gonna do the variances.
Yeah, we'll
when
do
we
the
it.
variance first.
Please do the two variances. I believe there were two, correct? That's how they were listed. I believe, were there three? Let's see. I'm just trying to remember exactly. I'm sorry to be in the staff report.
believe-
Look at too many papers.
Patrick, can you remind me, I believe that the
15.
Harris Street was that was already within regulations.
That's good.
Harris Street is already
So
within
the
regulations. It's
Ireland
the
is
Ireland
25
side
feet
from
to
25
15.
feet to 15 feet,
Commercial side.
and the commercial side
The sideline
from
goes
25
from,
feet to 12 feet.
okay. Mr. Chairman, in file PC 25-0005-TX. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one. Let's try this one. PC-25-0010-MA. Applicant Ross Cruz Trans on behalf of Ireland Development LLC. The request is for a variance, setback variance, a front yard setback variance on Ireland Avenue from 25 feet to 15 feet, and a sideline setback on the east side from 25 feet to 15 feet. I move that we approve the variances based upon staff report.
Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner France, is there any questions on the motion?
I have a question.
Yes.
Was the sod lot 15 feet or 12 feet?
Oh, I'm sorry, I bad my motion. It was 25 feet to 12 feet, the sideline.
So the sideline motion, yes, way to 15 feet and then the 12 feet?
Yes.
So you amend your motion, you still second that?
Yes.
Commissioner France? We still have a motion, a second. Is there any other question or clarifications needed? If not, if you'll call the roll, please, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Sketch?
Yes.
Mr. France?
Yes.
Mr. Heydrich?
Recused.
Thank you. Mr. Herman?
Yes.
Mr. James?
Yes.
Mr. Ryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Darple?
Yes. And these are conditioned upon the approval of the, as I stated before during the meeting, conditioned upon the approval of the new concept development plan. If the concept development plan is not approved, these new variances do not go into place. Everybody understands that, correct? Does anybody have any questions on that? All right. With that being said, though, we still need a motion on the actual amendment of the concept development plan. Recommendation of approval or not on that.
Okay.
Mr. Sketch, would you like to do that motion?
Yes, sir. Again, on file number PC-25-0010-MA, applicant Ross Cruikshanks on behalf of Ireland Development LLC at 620 to 632 Ireland Avenue, an amended concept development plan in an RMF residential multifamily zone of Crescent Spring zoning ordinances, and based upon staff report, and it's within the comprehensive plan. I move that we approve.
Is there a second to the motion?
I will second.
Commissioner Bethel is a second. Any questions, comments on the motion? There being none, Mr. Smith, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Sketch?
Yes.
Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Darple?
Yes.
Commissioner France?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
And it is approved.
Okay, now, we are a recommending body. The variances, we are the final say, but those are only go through if the final concept plan is approved by the city. If the city doesn't approve it, those variances do not take place. If you wish to appeal this, or you wish this, if the city takes no action or it isn't brought up to the city, then it's automatically, our recommendation becomes an approval by them. So if you wish to appeal this, please get a form on the side over there, take it to the city, and they will take this matter back up, and they have the final decision on the concept development plan, okay? So please make sure you get that and get in touch with them. These gentlemen have already said they're available to answer any questions or comments you have, so please get them. Stormwater questions, go to SD1, so please be in contact with them if you'd like that. Okay, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and go on to our next item. It's file number PC 25-0005-TX, which is the new zoning ordinance. The applicant is the City of Ludlow per Jamie West, Code Enforcement Officer, Historic Preservation Officer. The request, City of Ludlow seeks to replace the current zoning ordinance with a new zoning ordinance that recognizes Ludlow's development patterns, streamlines processes, and addresses the new development trends. With that basically are Z21. Mr. Dembo, you have this?
Thank you very much. For the record, again, I'm Patrick Denbo with BDS staff. As was stated, the City of Ludlow is seeking to replace the current zoning ordinance text and map with the new Z21 ordinance text and map. We do want to first acknowledge the working group that was working on this project. So the Z21 work group met periodically over the past 3 years. In March of this year, PDS staff presented the draft ordinance to the Ludlow City Council. City Council then voted to authorize an application to KCPC at the April 10th, 2025 council meeting. Then on April 9th, KCPC Z21 Review Committee agreed to recommend the adoption of the new zoning code and map to the full Planning Commission. A major part of simplifying the ordinances is reducing the number of zoning districts. So in this case, Ludlow will be reducing from 15 current zoning districts down to 12. This reduction is reflected in the proposed zoning map for the city, so we'll break this down in the following slides. So there are 4 proposed residential zoning districts within the city. They are residential compact subdivision, residential urban, residential mixed, and residential multifamily. The RCPS zone is the area to the far right of your screen, which is the lighter gold color. And this is the area of Hazen Street. This district is a single-family residential zone on smaller lots. The RU zone, which is the residential urban, is the majority of the residential properties in the city. This zone will allow for single and two-family homes. The RM, which is the residential mixed, is a combination of single-family attached, detached, two-family, as well as 3- and 4-family structures. And this is the area of River Breeze, Pinnacle, Riverbend, Sunrise, and Skyview. Then the RMF, which is the multifamily, is represented by the light brown color and is located on the northern portion of the city between Carneal and Locust, near the river. The commercial area is represented in red on the map. This is the neighborhood commercial zone. It's the area around Elm Street. This is also the vicinity of where the Historic Preservation Overlay District is located. The Historic Preservation Overlay is still within the new ordinance. It is a complete transfer from the existing ordinance. All areas that are currently zoned HPO will still be zoned HPO. The employment zoning district is proposed to be the flex industrial zone. It's shown here in gray. The intent of this zone is to provide a location for light manufacturing, assembly, and such. These do not typically involve hazardous materials or chemicals of that nature. And this is the area that's located along the railroad tracks. Conservation zone remains the same. It's the dark green areas on the map. And mixed use, these are the brown pockets on the map. This zone is intended to provide for a diverse mixture of high activity uses within walkable and connected districts. The uses in this zone include retail, office, and residential dwelling units within the same parcel or within the same building. And there are 3 areas of mixed use within the city, from Clawson to Victoria and Elm, adjacent to the football field, around Oak and Adela, next to the school, and on the corner of Elm and Deverell. All of these areas were previously zoned R1JU in the existing ordinance. Then the institutional zone, this is represented in purple. These are typically city properties as well as areas around schools, churches, and parks. And that is a new zone for Ludlow, the institutional. The aqua color is the area of the Riverfront Development Zone, which is currently called Waterfront Development Zone. All of these areas are currently either zoned waterfront development or are designated to phase to waterfront development. Planned unit development, this is the City View Station site up on the hill, that's the blue area, as well as a small area on Ash Street and Hay Street, which is currently a residential cluster development, but it'll become a PUD in the new ordinance. And again, as stated before, the Historic Preservation Overlay will continue. Sorry. Again, the total number of zones will be reducing by 2. Highlights of the new ordinance include we did use LinkGIS to analyze the existing conditions to right-size the development standards. Most civic and institutional uses will now be zoned institutional, which is a new district for Ludlow. They will allow minor administrative modifications. They are adding commercial design standards, but there will be no residential design standards included. They are permitting short-term residential units as follows. So owner-occupied will be conditional within the single-family, really all of the residential zones, and permitted in the neighborhood commercial and the mixed use. Non-owner-occupied will be conditional within the urban, mixed, and multifamily, and permitted in the neighborhood commercial. They are permitting upper floor housing. They are permitting two-family dwelling dwelling uses in the single-family, urban, and mixed residential, as well as the NC, MU, and RD districts. They're also permitting accessory dwelling units within single, urban, mixed residential, and mixed use in Riverfront District. Additional highlights, they are adopting the 21-day alternative map amendment procedure. With an exception, any map amendment going to a historic preservation overlay will not have that 21-day rule available to them. That always has to go to City Council for special approvals. Concurrent variances and conditional uses, they are adopting that process. City Council will have final action on final development plans. City Council will also make determinations for major or minor changes to plans. The sign section is reorganized into the new format with regulations taken from the existing ordinance. It's important to note within the institutional and riverfront development zones, only single-family development will be permitted. No new single-family will be permitted in these zones. Any existing single-family, again, will be permitted, but held to the standards of the residential urban zone as far as setbacks and the like, and will not be subject to development plan processes when making changes. So if there is an existing single-family home in one of those zones, they can make a change, add a garage, add an addition, without going through a development plan process. So they'll be exempt from that. And items not changing include all previously approved permits, variances, conditional uses, PUDs, and the like. Hillside development standards, flood protection, odor, noise, dust. Sexually oriented business regulations, and again, the historic preservation overlay is still in effect with their Urban Design Review Board. So staff conducted a review of the comprehensive plan, finds areas of consistency. Ludlow is a mostly built-out community with a few opportunities for new development. The new zoning ordinance places an emphasis on maintaining the existing character of its neighborhoods. And although design standards and revised development standards to remove barriers for existing homeowners, when new development does occur, it is important that it meets the city's long-term goals. And then staff is providing a favorable recommendation. The new Ludlow zoning ordinance and text meets the requirements of KRS, and the city is authorized to enact permanent land use regulations and other kinds of growth management regulations. The new Ludlow zoning ordinance text and map is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan and is generally consistent with the recommended land use map. Just for some additional information, the city may wish to consider listing residential care facilities as permitted within the residential districts rather than conditional per KRS requirements. You'll get more detail on that in the next text amendment coming forward with Villa Hills, but I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Denbo? There being none, let's see, one, Mr. West is here to speak on the city of, for the city of Ludlow. I don't have anyone else registered to speak. Is there anybody else who wants to speak? If not, Mr. West, do you need to?
Good evening. My name is Jamie West, and I am the Code Enforcement Officer of the City of Ludlow. Just want to take a minute and thank Andy and Patrick, as well as Kristen, for providing such a professional experience. It's probably been 36 to 40 months that we've been having meetings with these folks, and would like to thank them for offering Ludlow the opportunity, and want to thank you folks for your time this evening and consideration. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. West? I know I had gone through it and even sent some comments down, to Scott. I have a couple of interests down there. So I think they've done a really nice job. You guys did a good job. You guys do a nice job down there. Got a lot going on right now.
It's not a bad thing. Thank you.
Not a good thing. Any questions, comments? Any clarifications needed as staff? If not, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close the, I'm going to recess the public hearing. Discussion amongst commissioners. Anybody need any discussion on this? The Z21 committee have anything to say?
Mr. Chairman, the Z21 committee considered this and unanimously recommended approval.
We appreciate all your all's, I know it's a lot of time for you all, especially just taking it for review and going through that. It's a lot of time. I really appreciate it. You guys have done a really nice job with these. Any other questions, comments? If not, I'm going to go ahead. We'll reconvene the public hearing unless there's any clarifications of staff after that. I don't think there are, so let's go ahead and close the public hearing, and I will entertain a motion. Commissioner France, you're the Ludlow representative. Would you like to make the motion on this?
Yes.
If you would, please.
I would like to request that we approve Ludlow's request to seek to replace the current zoning ordinance with the new Z21 zoning ordinance that recognizes Ludlow's development patterns, streamlines process, and addresses new development trends. We've heard from staff and City Jamie West here today that I think we find it's all within the comprehensive plan.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
If I could, that was Commissioner Sketch. Any questions on the motion? There being none, let's go ahead. If you call the roll, Mr. Smith.
Commissioner France?
Yes.
Commissioner Heydrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Durkle?
Yes.
It is approved.
It's approved recommendation to you all. Congratulations. Thanks for sticking around. Very entertaining night for you. We appreciate everything you do. Thanks for coming, though. We do appreciate that. So, all right, next item, let's just plow through these. Everybody good with that? Okay, let's get them done. File PC 250007, TX Villa Hills text amendment. Applicant is City of Villa Hills per Craig Bowman, City Administrator. Proposed text amendments to the Villa Hills zoning ordinance to permit residential care facilities in all residential and riverfront development zoning districts. Commissioner Sheets, or Mr. Sheets.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Cody Sheets with PDS staff. As stated, the applicant is the City of Villa Hills, and the request is for text amendments to the Villa Hills zoning ordinance to permit residential care facilities in all residential and riverfront development zoning districts. In 2016, Kenton County began the process of updating the zoning ordinance for each jurisdiction, known as the Z21 Blueprint Initiative. Villa Hills was part of Phase 1. In 2021, the City of Villa Hills adopted the new Z21 zoning ordinance. The submitted request will change residential care facility from a conditional use in the RLLS, RCVS, and RCPS zones to a permitted use. It will also change residential care facilities from a use which is prohibited in the RD district to a permitted use. The Villa Hills zoning ordinance defines a residential care facility as a residence operated and maintained by a sponsoring private or governmental agency to provide services in a home-like setting for persons with disabilities per KRS. The facilities must adhere to the regulations of 902 KAR, which sets the rules for licensing and running of homes for people with developmental disabilities. It covers operations, staffing, services, etc. Group homes must serve 4 to 8 residents with developmental disabilities, provide a home-like setting, and follow each resident's individualized habilitation plan. The goal of the environment and design for group homes shall be to foster these skills necessary for maximum independence of the residents. KRS 100 states that residential care facilities may operate in any residential district or subdivision. They must follow the same rules for things like lot size, height, yards, parking, and occupancy that apply to other homes. Staff members are only counted as occupants if they live permanently at the facility. And most importantly, a conditional use permit cannot be required if other homes in the district do not need one. Here we have the RLLS zone in Villa Hills, the RCVS zone in Villa Hills, the RCPS zone in Villa Hills, and the RD zone in Villa Hills. KRS 100 states the allowable content of zoning regulations which cities and counties may enact. And staff is providing a favorable recommendation for the proposed text amendment. We do find it to be appropriate and reasonable. The change will bring the Villa Hills zoning ordinance into greater compliance with the requirements of KRS 100, which states that no conditional use permit not otherwise required for other residences within a zone or land use category shall be required for the operation of a residential care facility. And I'd be more than happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions, Mr. Sheets?
I just one quick one. I guess we're going to be seeing these on all of the zoning.
Not really. We did look at the jurisdictions which have gone through the Z21 process. All of them had them as permitted uses except for Crescent Springs. That was the only one. It did have it as conditional uses. And other cities that we are working with, we will make the recommendation to make them permitted.
Thank you.
And it's a state requirement that they're permitted in residential zones.
If residential homes are permitted, they have to be permitted. If residential homes are conditional uses, then they can be conditional uses.
Good questions. Any other questions, comments? I don't think, is there anybody else here? I guess, Mr. Bowman, I read the sign-in sheet.
Oh, yeah,
Did you hand it? Okay, then we got it. Okay. Anybody else here to speak on this? I think you did. I might have already put it away. Mr. Bowman, if you would, any comments?
Thank you. My name is Craig Bowman. I'm with the City of Villa Hills, 719 Riders Road. Respectfully request your approval. Thank you for all that you do.
Excellent. Any questions, Mr. Bowman? If not, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to recess the public hearing. Discussion amongst commissioners. Any discussion needed? With no discussion needed, I'm going to go ahead and reconvene the public hearing. I will need to close the public hearing, and I will entertain a motion on this. Ms. James, being the representative, would you like to make the motion?
I would. I'd like to make the following motion with reference to file number PC 250007TX, with the applicant being Craig Bowman, the City Administrator of Villa Hills, for the proposed text amendments to the Villa Hills zoning ordinance to permit residential care facilities in all residential and riverfront development zoning districts. I move to approve the text amendment based on the facts and considerations contained in the staff report and based on the testimony of staff and witnesses present at the public hearing, and further finding that the proposed text amendments to be reasonable regulations.
Perfect. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
You pick one. I don't know who said. I didn't hear
I thought it was a very well stated motion for Ms. Jane's first motion.
Who gave the second?
Yeah.
Ryan. Ryan, okay. Commissioner Ryan with the second. Any questions on the motion? If not, if you'll go ahead and call the roll, please.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sketch?
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Durpool?
Yes.
Commissioner France?
Yes.
Commissioner Heydrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
And it is approved.
Next item up on our agenda, file PC 250008TX, Independence Text Amendment. The applicant, the City of Independence, per Chris Marconi, City Administrator, proposed text amendments to the Independent Zoning Ordinance 1 to require, revise which residential zones list accessory dwelling units as permitted or conditional uses, and 2, require all ADUs to meet residential character standards. Mr. Videkovich.
All right, thank you for the record. My name's Andy Videkovich with staff. So the first part of this request is basically summarized by this table that you have on your screen. Under the current regulations, ADUs, accessory dwelling units, are allowed in the rural estate zone, the large lot subdivision zone, and the conventional subdivision zones, and conditional uses in the compact subdivision and mixed residential zones. The proposal is to limit where they allowed permitted uses in only the residential real estate zone and conditional uses in the large lot subdivision zone. So accessory dwelling units, as you know, are just exactly what they sound like. They're an additional dwelling unit that's accessory to a principal dwelling unit. It's on the same lot as another home. Obviously, it's smaller in nature and in scope and scale. There are many other requirements for accessory dwelling units that I have up on the following two slides. I'm not going to touch them all, but I highlighted, I think, what kind of like the most important ones are. First of all, only one per lot. And regardless of what the minimum lot size is, they can't be located on anything less than 5,000 square foot lots, which probably isn't an issue in Independence, to be honest. Also, in terms of setbacks, they must meet all the setback requirements of all other accessory structures, which for Independence, they're not permitted in the front yard, must meet the side yard setbacks, and can be 10 feet from the rear yard. And then also, farther down, you see that either the property owner has to either live in the primary house or live within an accessory dwelling unit. There's no like absentee landlord situations here. It has to be occupied by one or the other. Has to be occupied by the property owner. So the second part of the request, the City of Independence has character standards for single-family homes. Those govern things like, the primary building materials, facades, things of that nature. The city would like to add accessory dwelling units to that as well. So any accessory dwelling units that are proposed have to be held to the same standards as the principal single-family home that's on the lot. So compliance with the comprehensive plan isn't necessarily required for text amendments, except in this particular case, we found that there were some particular areas of relevance, particularly with the housing element. There's been a lot of talk about housing and the need for new housings. Certainly one of the tools that's available for a jurisdiction are these accessory dwelling units. However, there also has to be a balanced approach. Things like community character and impact on adjacent properties has to also be taken into account. And these ADUs aren't going to solve the solution on their own. So again, there has to be a balanced approach. State statutes we covered in the previous presentation. Staff is given this a favorable recommendation in that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And also given the fact that, again, this is just one tool in the toolbox for housing, and that it's obviously important to provide choices for people, but it's also important to balance that with the different characters of the jurisdiction. Staff also finds that this is reasonable because, again, there are areas within the city where these are allowed. They're typically in the larger lot areas, where folks have a lot more space to put these things. And additionally, the character standards will make sure that these are built to the same quality construction as other single-family homes. So just as an additional information comment on this, staff does think the city should consider allowing these as a conditional use within the RCVS zone. We understand that the RCVS zone are smaller lots. However, the conditional use process will allow these to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis, and the board, in addition to all of the requirements, can place even additional restrictions on ADUs if they feel that those are necessary. And this would also allow for the adjacent property owners to have notice and potentially come and find out more information and have input on that as well. So again, we just think that that's something that the city may want to consider as they move forward. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Any questions, Mr.
Just
Bedekovich?
one. I guess I'm a little confused. And the additional restrictions, you have the lot has to be a minimum size of 5,000 square feet, but the conditional use for our large lot is a half acre. I mean, wouldn't you make it a half acre as a minimum?
Right, so the 5,000 square foot is drafted, again, kind of as part of the blueprint.
Okay.
You know, so, again, maybe not the most relevant for Independence, but, I mean, you never know,
That's what,
depending on what
just-
they.
Okay, I understand, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Commissioner Bridges?
So owner has to live in one of them. So I live in a house, I build an ADU for my mom. I sell it to Mr. France, who's a landlord. Can he rent both of them? Does one of them have to be empty? Does he have to tear it down? What does he do?
Sure. So, I mean, that's a good question, and honestly, like, this is still a new area for us in terms of like how to regulate these uses. Ownership obviously is kind of one of the harder things to regulate. I don't really know the answer to your question. That's a bridge we'd have to cross if we were ever made aware of a situation that came up like that.
Does that become a pre-existing non-conforming? I mean, I would assume it's a pre-existing, if you got
But it says the owner has to live in one of them, and the owner isn't living in one of them.
Yeah, so, but it's already an approved structure, as a structure, so you.
But you can't use it.
That's what I'm saying, I think it would be a condition, pre-approved, or, yeah.
You could
Okay.
use it as a his and hers, if you don't think your wife.
No, it's a good point.
It could
It's a
become
good
a
point,
dog
Bill.
house.
I think, I guess my thought would be if I bought one, that it'd be a pre-existing non-conforming use at that point, because it's a separate building, it's the building itself, that's whether or not, and then I guess the
Would
use.
it be conforming when you did it, when you sold it, but when I bought it as a landlord, then it would be
Yeah.
non-conforming.
Right.
And I agree with that. You know, I think on the front end, when we're getting permits for these things, we certainly have ways to verify and make sure that that is like noted in the permit, that as a condition of this, the property owner has to live in one or the other. But yeah, as you said, in the future, if something's sold, you know, what happens in that particular case? Yeah, it becomes non-conforming, or worst case scenario, it's non-compliant with the permit, and whoever owns the property has to do something about it. But I understand that would be a massive
If I rented
ordeal.
it, somebody, my tenant lived in the one, but he let his son just sleep out in the other, is that a violation?
Not an owner.
All right. Well, let the City of Independence deal with it. Here we go. All right. Any questions, staff? Any other clarifications needed? If not, I have Mr. Marconi signed up. Anybody else want to speak on this? Mr. Marconi, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything. Council, Chris Marconi, City of Independence, City Administrator. It's great to be back. It's been a while. So this started, right now we have a permit for a 24 by 24 ADU, which is really a mini house that's going up, I think in Battle Ridge, on a 65-foot wide lot, 10 feet from the back property line. And that one's already in the hopper, so that can happen. So council was adamant, I think they'll respectfully even disagree with the conditional use. I mean, they were pretty adamant that the half acre on up. They have no issue with the attached, obviously, but we're fearful of dozens of mini houses popping up in people's backyards and on small lots. So that's kind of what caused this. It's reactionary. It kind of slipped through the cracks on our end with Z21. And again, there's a 24 by 24 one bedroom, living room, full bath, nice closet that's going to be built in somebody's backyard, 10 feet from the property line. So that's kind of what got us here tonight.
Do you have any minimum size?
Please?
I saw a maximum size. Do you have a minimum size? Can I build a 10 by 10?
They find a way. They get pretty creative on these, making them fit with the dimensions and the setbacks and the square footage. I mean, we were kind of surprised when PDS sent it to me. I thought this can't be. But that's on us for not catching it earlier.
Well, you know, it's something we probably need to look into, you know, yeah. Until it happens, you don't that's not something you think about.
Well, I think honestly, given the housing cost and things like that, I mean, I think I would build one in my backyard for my mother. I mean, but we think there's a balance between the lot size and having your neighbor have to stare at a mini house right next to their house. So, anyway.
Any reason you made it conditional on the large lot residential?
On the, well, I thought the one was permitted.
The 1 acre.
I think they're making the recommendation to be conditional on the,
Here we go. So
oh, yeah,
permitted in the rural estate, conditional in the large lot.
right.
And you're saying the city probably doesn't even like the conditional in the large lot?
I don't think so.
Okay.
This happened very quickly at the last council meeting, so. It was,
Yeah.
That was what was proposed.
Right.
Our recommendation was to go one more.
Correct.
So that's proposed right now.
Right.
I understand. Yeah. Okay, any other questions, any questions, Mr. Marconi?
I just have a quick comment.
Commissioner Sketch?
To, I don't know what you did to staff, but they always put you last.
Yeah. And Mr. Bethel actually did try to save you and say, hey, Independence is there twice. I said, yeah, but then.
Hey, but we put his mother first.
He really
Yeah.
did.
Well, she deserves to go first. She was a much better mayor than me.
He did try to save you.
And the other
He
thing,
really did.
I do want to compliment you on taking care of your mother.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh,
And
well,
for people that don't know, she is a former mayor of Crescent Springs.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, thank you.
Neat lady, it was
Great
good to see her.
question.
Yeah.
She was a much better mayor than me.
All right, any other questions, comments? from
Will
Mr.
you think
Marconi?
about the ownership thing and how you're gonna handle that when they've changed hands 3 times and
Yeah.
you got
Somebody, yeah, somebody buys it for short-term rental.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, just another thing you get to jump later, so.
Yeah,
And we do appreciate you always showing up for the city and on their behalf. as
Sure.
it always has, so.
we
do
appreciate you all seriously that want to do this once a month and sit sometimes. Back in the day, I think some of these went till 1 a.m.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
that.
they did.
Well, we're getting late right now, so let's hurry up. All right, with
That's all-
that being said,
that's all.
thank you, Mr. Marconi. We appreciate it. With any other questions, comments, clarifications, if none needed, go ahead and recess the public hearing. Any discussion amongst commissioners? There being none, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna reconvene the public hearing. Only to close the public hearing, I'll call for a motion. Our Independence, Commissioner Snyder, would you like to make a motion on this?
I would love to.
Please.
I'll make a motion of approval for PC-25-00008-TX, approving, was it right? Because the text amendment is reasonable and is consistent with the comprehensive plan and along with the staff recommendations and additional information.
Is there a second to the motion? Commissioner Sketch with the second. Any question on the motion? Any comments? There being none, if you call the roll, Mr. Smith, please.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Sketch?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner? Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Darkle?
Yes.
Commissioner France?
Yes.
Commissioner Heydrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
And Commissioner Ryan?
Yes.
Approved. All right. Thank you all very much. To both of you, Mr. Bowman, Mr. Marconi, we do appreciate you being here and sticking it out. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead on. Reports from committee, Direction 2030 implementation.
We didn't, I'm not the chairman, but we did not meet.
Did not meet executive, we did not meet. No report, subdivision review, we have not met. Probably need to go get something scheduled within the next few months. Z21 review,
We met recently and reviewed the Park Hills Z21 plan, which should be coming to you soon. It hit a favorable recommendation. And as we heard testimony tonight, the Z21 committee is the only one that's better than sliced bread.
all right. Any other, any questions, comments? If not, reports from commission members, anyone? Reports from legal counsel?
Nothing to report.
Reports from staff? Congratulations on the award.
Thank you.
They were gonna bring the award up at this point, but I thought, heck, nobody was here, so at least you
Right.
deserved an audience. Congrats.
I do have a few comments, and I know it's been a long meeting, but there's just no better time to do it because, yeah. First of all, several of you have expressed an interest in the KLC training. It is a virtual training. If anybody else is interested in that, it's October 29th, and please let Pamela know by Friday, October 24th. But again, just reach out to her, and she will take care of it. The next thing, and again, I'll try to make this as brief as possible, but again, this is just the best time to do it. There's not going to be any better time. Some of you, many of you maybe have heard the state legislature adopted new requirements for qualified manufactured homes. It was signed. The important date there is that it becomes effective on July 1st, 2026. So there's some time before it becomes effective. Basically what this bill does, and I'm going to, again, just summarize it because there's a lot of details, but basically what it does is it prohibits a local government from adopting or enforcing regulations that treat qualified manufactured homes differently from single-family homes. So under the current regulations, most cities, and this was authorized by statute, they regulate things like roof pitch and architecture and assessed value and things like that for qualified manufactured homes. Whereas if somebody just came in with a single family home, they'd be able to just get a permit. Well, now based on this new law, that's not allowed. A qualified manufactured home basically has to be subject to the same review and approval procedures and same architectural requirements for any other single-family home. Did I summarize that well? I don't want to go. There's a lot of details. But regardless of that, the effect of this, though, is that basically every jurisdiction in Kenton County is going to have to update their zoning regulations. And typically when something like this happens, where it's kind of like a mandate from the state and it affects all of our jurisdictions, typically the Planning Commission then sort of takes the ball and submits the text amendment on behalf of all of the jurisdictions, so we don't have to sit here and hear the same 20 text amendments over. I've spoken with Mr. Smith, I've spoken with Commissioner Dunham, and they both agree that this is definitely one of those cases that makes sense. So with that being said, we're currently working through this. We've already talked, started outreach with some jurisdictions. There's going to need to be updates to definitions. There's going to need to be updates to the permitted uses and things of that nature. And we can get, again, into more details, but not tonight. But I just really want to let you know is that this is our time frame for this. We are currently in phase 4 of this, which is like we're outreaching to all of the communities to discuss this. We've already mentioned this at the city administrators meeting, and we're currently working on attachments for each one of the individual jurisdictions. We're actually a little bit ahead of schedule. Originally, we were supposed to be doing this in November, so already I'm kind of happy that we're moving ahead of schedule. But at some point, according to the schedule, maybe in January, maybe in February, hopefully sooner, we'll be talking to the Planning Commission about submitting a text amendment for all of the jurisdictions, and then coming back the next month to actually have the public hearing and taking care of that again for all the jurisdictions. The deadline is July 1st, 2026, and the law that was passed said that basically any zoning regulation that doesn't comply with this is unenforceable. So, I've never seen that language in a state law. I mean, it probably has happened before, but it's pretty strong language, and we want to make sure that we are doing what we can to serve the Kenton County communities and making sure they're complying with all the requirements. Finally, we don't have to do it now, but if everybody could just maybe hang out for a minute or two, we would like to get a picture for social media of the Planning Commission for announcing this award. Just a real quick group photo, that would be great, but we can take care of that after we adjourn the meeting.
Is it a major award?
It is. the most major award, yes.
It looks fragile to me.
I think that's great. Thank you, Commissioner Bridges. That's exactly what we needed to finish this up. So I'll turn it back over to you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Let's see, any other correspondence? Don't believe there's any new business. Any public comments? There being none, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.